I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I'm Deborah Eze. Thanks for joining us this beautiful morning. Now, the headlines. 11 banks cross 5% bad debt threshold as lenders reclassify risk assets. Reps probe petrol import, refineries rehabilitation, Dangote's alleged takeover of petrol transport. 2 Osun PDP senators join APC in dramatic defection. US warns citizens to reconsider coming to Nigeria. And Barcelona buys Marcus Rashford with €30 million buy option. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where about 11 commercial banks have exceeded the 5% regulatory limit for non-performing loans in April 2025. According to reports, this is due to an industry-wide loan reclassification during annual risk assessment. Mustafa Akinwumi, a member of CBN's Monetary Policy Committee, says the non-performing loans ratio rose to 5.62% in April 2025, exceeding the 5% prudential threshold, largely due to loan reclassification following annual risk assessment. The reclassification, which typically occur as part of year-end credit quality evaluation, caused by the industry-wide NPL ratio to rise above the CBN's 5% prudent benchmark, marking an increase from a year earlier, when only 6 banks were guilty of the breach. And moving on, the House of Representatives Committee on Downstream Petroleum Resources has launched an investigation, allegation, and counter-allegation over the continued importation of fuel, seeking to profile legislative solutions to protect local refiners. The committee, chaired by Ikenga Ugochinyere on Wednesday, launched technical subcommittees to carry out a series of investigations on huge investment into the turnaround maintenance of local refineries, questioning why the exercise has not yielded any result. According to reports, the committee is also investigating the allegation of Dangote Refinery's planned takeover of petroleum product transportation as retailing, OVH acquisition, and complaints from NNPC retail staff on the lack of feedback by modular refinery, strengthening of small refineries, and issues of the incorporation of artisan miners into the petroleum refinery value chain. Ugochinyere lamented the shutdown of the Port Harcourt and Warri refinery after the hype that welcomed them back to production. And still on, the People's Democratic Party in Osun State suffered another setback on Wednesday as 2 of its members in the House of Representatives defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress. The lawmakers, Taufik Aliye Soro, representing Ife Central, East, North, South Federal Constituency, and Omiri Okunsoya, representing Atakumosa East, Atakumosa West, Ilesha East, Ilesha West Federal Constituency, announced their resignation from the PDP in separate letters read by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas during plenary. Their defection reportedly coincided with Marcus Onubu representing Esho Central, West Igbuben Federal Constituency in Edo State, bringing the number of PDP lawmakers who dumped the party on Wednesday to 3. Ajile Soros says his decision followed careful consideration and extensive consultation with political associates and constituents, adding that the entrenched and irreconcilable division in the PDP had made it impossible to continue. And to end the local news, the All Progressives Congress has announced a change in its venue and time of its National Executive Committee meeting scheduled for today, July 24th, 2025. The meeting, which was initially planned to be held at the party's National Secretariat in Abuja, will now take place at the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa by 2 p.m. National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Felix Moka, revealed this in a statement on Wednesday, citing logistical reason. Reports revealed that the timing of the next session is critical, with the party expected to endorse a successor to former national chairman Abdullahi Ganduje, who resigned in June, citing health issues. And now to the foreign scene, the U.S. government has urged its citizens to reconsider traveling to Nigeria due to crime, terrorism, civil unrest, kidnapping, armed gangs, and inconsistent availability of healthcare services. The United States government issued the warning on the 15th of July 2025 in a fresh travel advisory to its citizens published on the website of the U.S. mission in Nigeria. It also warned that some places in Nigeria have an increased risk, noting that all locations carry significant security risk. On terrorism, the U.S. government warned that there is a risk of terrorist violence in Nigeria, including terrorist attacks and other activities. Also, the United States has announced its decision to withdraw from the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Tammy Bruce, the State Department spokesperson, revealed that the U.S. communicated its decision to the UN agency on Tuesday, citing non-alignment with America's interests. Abiding by UNESCO law, Bruce says the U.S. withdrawal will take effect on December 31st, 2026. This development reportedly marks the fourth UN agency that the U.S. will be withdrawing from since President Donald Trump took office in January. And now to sports. Barcelona have completed the loan signing of England international Marcus Rashford from Manchester United for the 2025-26 season, with an option to make the move permanent next summer for €30 million. Rashford, who hasn't featured for Manchester United since December 2024 due to a fallout with the manager Ruben Amorim, spent the second half of last season at Aston Villa before a season-ending injury altered his progress. According to reports, the United star will wear the number 14 shirt at Barcelona. Despite finishing the deal, Rashford is yet to be registered due to La Liga's strict financial regulations. To end the news, French superstar Kylian Mbappe would don the iconic number 10 jersey for Real Madrid next season, transitioning from number 9 shirt he wore during his debut campaign at the Bernabeu. According to sources, the coveted number became available following the departure of club legend Luka Modric, who joined AC Milan this summer after 13 years in Madrid. Mbappe, who also wears number 10 for the French national team, had long set his sights on the number at Real Madrid. The 26-year-old striker enjoyed a debut season in Spain, netting 44 goals across all competitions and clinching the European Golden Shoe. And that does it this morning on BDTV Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Up next is Newspaper Review. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I'm Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 24th.
On this day in 1974, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that President Nixon must turn over Watergate tapes. The mounting evidence against Nixon would lead to his resignation 2 weeks later on August 8th. U.S. stock markets would fall as much as 40% while the Nixon investigation and impeachment unfolded. During this period, a lot was going on in the world of business. The OPEC oil embargo occurred at the end of 1973, Egypt and Syria attacked Israel, and inflation was over the roof. All of these events led to the stock market's decline during this time. And on this day in 2020, Regis Philbin passed away. He was an American television personality who hosted a number of popular programs, most notably the talk show Live with Regis and Kelly from 1988 to 2011, and the game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire from 1999 to 2002 and in 2009. Regis Philbin became host of the morning show in New York City, which saw a major turnaround when Kathy Lee Gifford joined in 1985. The unnatural on-air chemistry and unscripted banter, highlighted by Philbin's comical crankiness, made the show a hit. In 1988, it was nationally syndicated and quickly rose to one of the fastest-growing talk shows in the early 1990s. Philbin also acted in films and sitcoms. In 1999, he hosted Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, helping turn it into a national phenomenon and coining the phrase, "Is it your final answer?" The show boosted ABC to the top of the ratings before he stepped down in 2002. He returned briefly in 2009 for its 10th anniversary. Philbin later hosted $1 Million Password in 2008, which was later cancelled in 2009, and the sports panel show Crowd Goes Wild from 2013 to 2014. And finally, on this day in 2023, Elon Musk rebranded the social media site Twitter as X after merging Twitter with his company X Holdings. The visual rebrand, with the bluebird icon being replaced by a stylized X, and updated logo across websites and apps. Despite the high-profile nature of the rebrand, there wasn't a significant stock jump or drop tied directly to it. Instead, the change was viewed more as a rebranding statement than a shift in business performance.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Right, welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I am Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is our in-house person, analyst. Am I allowed to say officer? Okay. Okay, in-house anchor. Oyeka Valentine, it's good to have you join us this morning. So let's go straight to the dailies. We're going to be looking at the Business Day newspaper first. The big story there says how Enugu Disco's data audit led to tariff court. Right. And the rider said other states back 160 naira per kilowatt. Before we go to other stories on the Business Day, what do you think about this?
Again, you know, the discos have been in the news for a while now.
Yeah.
And it appears that they are going back and forth with, you know, state power generation companies or state-controlled, you know, agencies, and even the federal government. They're going back and forth. So you begin to wonder. Again, the old saying that goes is, so when two elephants clash, the ground suffer. It's always good to bring in all those adages in to help us qualify what's going on. Yeah. But the real crux of the matter that is the problem is this. Before people begin to point fingers at discos for not meeting up you know, in different areas, let's begin to look at the areas that is slowing down the delivery. There must be enough power sent first before they distribute.
Yeah.
Because distribution companies, they're not power generation, they distribute. And so there's a lot that needs to be looked into that will enable anyone who is in charge of regulating them or ask them questions, right? Could have actually come to the level to say, let's ask you questions because we're giving you everything that you need. Why are people complaining? Why is it that this is not working this way, this way or the other? Again, the discourse on their own hand, the disco on their own hand, it is clear that the tariffs that are running back and forth might not be in their favor for now. But if it is in their favor, the question is, who is going to suffer? Because in every business, someone must be the losing person. And there must be a losing party in it. Someone gains, another person gets to lose. So, give and take, right? This matter is still unfolding to go on and on and on.
I would even want us to talk about it more when we get to the Punch newspaper. Yeah, but another story on the Business Day newspaper says, I'm vindicated, says Onosoya, as court dismisses loan controversy case. And that story is on page 7. Onosoya, he was the former MD of First Bank. I don't get, okay, before there is smoke, there's fire, right? Before there's fire, there's smoke, or how do they say it?
Yeah, whichever it is. They move hand in hand.
So, I don't understand how you get vindicated over something, because there must be a reason why you were actually prosecuted in the first place. Right. But we, the court's actually waking up to say, okay, your case has been dismissed. It didn't sit well with so many people. So what's your take on it? Do you think this is a case of he being really vindicated for something he didn't do, or something he did and it's just Nigeria happening?
So I think I'll go with the last word.
Okay.
Nigeria happening to you. But even at that, every country has their own challenges. But regarding this particular issue, it lingered for a while.
Yeah.
We had seen Onosanya going back and forth with what's going on with, the accusation or, this issue or that issue. But like you rightly said, there is no smoke without fire.
Yeah.
Fire without smoke.
Yeah, whichever one.
If you are given the cookie jar to keep, and every now and then we see, traces of cookie around your hand or your shirt, who asks you questions? Right? So I don't think whoever asked him questions and brought him to the table to vindicate himself or to defend himself has done anything wrong. However, it is only good enough for his blood pressure if he gets off the hook.
Okay.
But moving forward, if such lacunas are seen in that particular area, people should ask questions. It is also, a deterrent at the same time, a big lesson for people out there. Once you are in a position of, responsibility where money has to run through, where decisions have to be made, you must understand that, truth be told, if you have to live in glass houses, don't throw stones. Remember, before they came for him, right? Other people had been there before him. And I remember sometime in the past, he made some comments that kind of narrowed towards people not taking responsibility and accountability not being seen as a transparent thing. Now he became a storm, Someone else is watching out there who obviously is going for his position. When they step into, the same thing will happen again.
I know, right?
But the problem now is this. In this country, those who are trying to hold him to account, they themselves, are they accountable? We need to begin to ask those questions so that nobody gets to be put under a position where we're put in a spot where, we ask the question again, what is good for the goose? Is it good for the
gander?
So it is time to say, let our legal framework follow through. Let our investigative, arms of government, which is the police and every other person who has to do all these things, the EFCC, let them do their job well in different areas so that we begin to see things. And if you're not guilty, you're not guilty. But if you are guilty, let's see some people really go to jail for some certain things. But it's good news for him. And of course, you and I were not there when the whole thing happened. What is the aftermath? So if he says he has been vindicated and he feels good enough, well, good for him.
Anyways, they said the matter has been resolved among themselves. That's Onosanya and Otudeko. So yeah. Let's move on to the next story on the Business Day newspaper. It says Nigeria's tax reset explained. Business leaders hail tax reform as catalyst for growth. So why I like this particular headline here, headline story here is the tax reform has been going on and on, been having conversations about it, and people have been having different reactions to it. Some believe that, okay, this is actually good. Some believe that it is good, but we know this is Nigeria. We are definitely not going to see implementation. Right. So what do you think about the tax reform?
No nation can thrive without tax. Let's understand that first.
Yeah.
Now, reforms will happen. As the economy moves back and forth, or moves forward, let me use that word. May our economy never goes backwards.
Yeah.
As the day goes by, there is a huge, put it this way, growth actually demands that some things will change. Now, with these reforms, how is it going to benefit the regular Nigerian?
Well, I think businesses are taking it well. I think they are, which is really shocking. I think businesses are actually taking it well because they believe that it would then. I don't think Nigeria has got to the point where we can actually use tax to better the economy.
So, you see, again, if you don't pay your tax, it affects the country, one way or other. Now, let us now fall back to LIRS and FIRS and say, Federal Inland Revenue Service, right? Then Lagos Inland Revenue Service. Are you guys doing what you need to do such a way that we don't see loss of revenue before we start talking about reforms? Already, as it stands right now, they're experiencing a lot of loss of revenue.
Yeah.
One way or the other. There are businesses that are coming up every day that have gone to the point where they're supposed to pay tax, but they're not paying tax.
Yeah.
Now, we are also seeing what we call overtax in some certain areas. But because those ones don't want to get to the bad books of regulators, right? So they don't argue. So they pay the money.
Tax. Yeah.
But does the money even go to the government itself?
I think all of that has been put in place with the reform, because now
the reform actually becomes, a
they implement it. Yeah. But if you're earning up to 5 million, which I'm sure you are, just get ready to pay your tax.
Please, I'm just a senior broadcast journalist.
Did you hear it? Senior broadcast journalist. Of course, with the title that comes with it. Now let's move on to.
That would be nice, though.
Yeah, that would be. I'm just letting you know.
Just sign the check and say, Valentine, this is 5 million.
Well, I think 5 million is so small for you. You don't like 10 million? All right, let's move on to the Punch newspaper. And the big story on the Punch newspaper says, Discos reject review talks with states. And the writer says 36 states energy commissioner to meet federal government as tariff showdown worsen. So you have the floor, Valentine.
If you look at it, it's very clear there.
Yeah.
36 states, what is it again?
36 states energy commissioners to meet federal government as tariff showdown worsen.
Whether or not we like it, okay? All this is tied to the economy itself.
Yeah.
Maybe federal government are saying, wait a minute, we can make more money if we increase the tariff. And if we make more money, we can use that money to turn into areas that are lacking. But like I said again before, at the end of the day, when this thing goes back and forth, the regular Nigerian or non-Nigerian man will suffer.
Yeah.
Now, if I have to pay an extra tariff for electricity, at least let's just get that electricity. Right? It is, look, isn't it appalling that our neighboring countries that we give power, have more power than us?
And still owing us.
I don't understand. So if that be the case, there's something that is not right. There is a missing puzzle somewhere that we need to solve. Right? What we see in the papers is good for information, right? It's good that we can get informed and talk about it as broadcasters as we are.
Yeah.
That we are. But the question still remains is that if these 36 states, right, commissioners are meeting with FG about tariffs back and forth, let's call a spade a spade. How does that change things? The federal government has, more power to issue instructions that these things can come down. Case may be. Why the commissioners wasting their time going back and forth? They have other responsibilities. I understand when you're a commissioner for whatever it is that has to do directly so in line with power, it concerns you, yes. But the federal government can do more and engage in other areas that is more important. Like, for instance, making sure that the infrastructure on ground to make those electricity reach the common man is not being vandalized. Are you aware that a lot of our cables and, you know, underground wiring, when no one is watching, some area boys go and vandalize those things.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus more on those areas to say, look, what is the security, you know, strategy on ground to mitigate those small thefts and is stopping electricity from getting to where it needs to get to. When we solve that, they will now come back to tariffs. Because truth be told, whether or not we like it, even if we have high tariffs and there's no light, what's the essence?
But don't you think that some of these problems are actually persistent problems that were there when the federal government was actually in charge of electricity?
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think that's
look, again, everything comes with its own pros and cons. Yes, when NEPA was NEPA at the time.
Yeah.
Light goes, say up NEPA, it goes away. Light comes, it comes, say up NEPA, and it goes, say, oh, NEPA. But even like that was when federal government was at the front burner. Now we have discos, now we have, you know, power distribution companies, as the case may be. Small people are making money in their pockets and other, you know, whatever you want to call it. But the question still remains, the answer to the federal government one way or the other. That's what they call the federal government. However, if the commissioners can get the job done, so tariffs will be in the favor of the common man, I'm fine with it. After all, there isn't a particular way that you want to use to solve a situation and say that's just it is monopolistic. No, there's several ways to solve the issue. So if this one's going to work, good and fine. What I'm saying is that if it's going to work, let's don't waste time talking about it. Let's be about it.
Yeah, let's be about it. Let's take one more story from the Punch newspaper, and this one says on the top of the newspaper, it says reps approve $347 million loan for Lagos to Calabar Highway and others. Page 12.
You know, we've been there. We've been to the Lagos Calabar Highway.
Yeah.
When it was, you know, more or less. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was there, he went there, the commission and every other thing. And questions were asked. At the same time, a lot of interest is involved in the matter. Now, there is one or two things playing behind that we don't know. Right? But with time, it will unfold. But when you see this amount of money being put into such projects, so you ask a question. It's not bad to have new projects that will make business far easy.
But this project has been commissioned already.
Hold on. Where I'm heading to with this now, I'm trying to give them their stripes so they can come with the hammer. Now, yes, kudos. Project like that.
Yeah.
But the question now is, how is it that this project is more important than insecurity going on in this country? If foreign investors are worried about investing in Nigeria because it's not safe, don't you think they want to shy away? What if we channel all this money into dealing with Boko Haram, into making sure the insurgents in this country is brought down to the barest minimum?
Yeah, the farmer elder situations in the middle belt.
I do not believe that is not solvable. It is solvable. The problem is some people are benefiting from that issue.
Yeah.
And because they benefit from that issue, they see it as a means of livelihood where other people are dying. And it is so worrisome that these people have, you know, they have what we call hopes and ambitions the way you and I do have.
Yeah.
And because we're far away from where the whole scheme is going on, doesn't mean that we are safe either. And so, when I see this amount of money, $347 million, it's a lot of money. Loan for Lagos Calabar Highway.
And to think we are still borrowing more and
so,
more and more.
That we didn't have roads before to lead to Calabar. I understand that to open more business opportunities. I mean, we are a business TV, right? But it's good to stay on the fence in this kind of matter. We're a business TV, we follow the money. If this will generate more money for us, I want to see how this, in the next 5 years, that road will be able to generate 4 times the amount of money that has been put in.
Okay, so the cost increased by $47 million. That's from $700 million. It is now $747 million. That's the cost to complete whatever is remaining from the Lagos to Calabar coastal road. Like I said, we hope we see that the money that is being borrowed and put into this project, we hope it generates
in the long run.
Yeah, in the long run.
Business, business and movement of goods and services benefit and grow our GDP, good and fine. But we don't want to wait perpetually. Waiting perpetually means we are now saying we are held on by the throat. Remember this. When you sow a seed as a farmer, right, and it grows to become a tree, people get to enjoy the fruit, right? It becomes an umbrella where you can go under there and then shade away from the sun. But how long will it take before we start generating? It's going to be in the lifetime of Valentine and Debbie. Are we going to see it in our lifetime?
Right.
This amount of money, right? It's not bad investing this amount of money, but is that the major thing that is our problem right now?
Because we acquiring more loans just speaks of where we are.
Remember, for every loan you take, there's interest on it.
Of course.
So again, we don't know this, or maybe we do know, but we don't want to face the fact. The IMF and World Bank, they are so happy to borrow you money. Why? They are enslaving you with that. And then once you want to make some major stride to grow your economy, they will remind that you are owing them money. No nation has been known to thrive and grow with borrowing money. You're only in debt. And the more you're in debt, the more you're answerable to them. So your hands are locked. You're caught in between the deep blue sea and the devil. And these institutions were not made in our interest. Let's understand this in first and foremost. IMF, World Bank, I'm sure they're listening and they're watching, they know this. The idea is to subjugate and keep Africa underdeveloped. Why? Because the day we become developed and we grow as a continent and we become sustainable and become dependent, fully dependent. I'm not talking about independent with just mere mouth. Fully dependent. You know what? We wouldn't need them any longer. So they don't want that. And that's bad for the West. So this goes beyond this project of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. There's more to it. They are willing and happy to borrow you money. And can you imagine that? What are we paying back in return? Crude oil. So we're giving, well, I don't know if it's crude oil, but we're giving natural resources for that money for a long term. Now, if that is the deal, as a business person, if that's the deal, I will say, wow, we are sucking off our nation, borrowing paper that's being printed. And by the way, it's just numbers. There's a lot we don't see. Why do you think Burkina Faso has said, look, we're going to pay off our loans and not go back to borrow? You know?
Well, I think because, you know, the IMF just waived the COVID-19 loan for Nigeria. So I think that's why, you know, they feel like, okay, why not? Since you've waived that, let's just go ahead to borrow some more.
I'm glad we're media people. You see, in every situation of business that has gone bad, there's always a way to mitigate it. And let's don't forget in a hurry that the idea of carrot and stick approach has always worked. And it keeps Africa underdeveloped.
Stagnant.
Why have I said what I said? Look at it now. So you waived off the loan for COVID-19. I'm going to see that story very well, just so I can really hit on it. But let's assume they've done that. Let's just assume they've done that. Right? What does that tell you? That with or without the loan being paid back, they will survive. So they are giving you that loan. So tomorrow they can't tell you, we're taking it off, so we need this in return. Nothing goes for nothing.
Nothing goes for nothing. Now let's move to the Vanguard newspaper. The story that actually caught my attention here in the Vanguard is the big story. It says 2027 coalition will back any of us that emerges ADC's candidate. That's Amechi. And the writer says FG policy is not working. Nigeria is suffering. ADC says Nigerians not feeling the impact of savings from fuel subsidy removal. And also Amechi addresses supporters, vows to unseat Tinubu in 2027. And I'm willing to work for any arrangement to secure Nigeria, Lamido. And he explains why he won't join the coalition. And then presidency responded and said we won't dignify them with response. Now, do you think the 2027 the ADC coalition is formidable in theory and not sure-footed?
You know, so any party can be formidable. Any party can be, you know, a force to reckon with. The question is the caliber of people in that party. Are they people that you can, or rather, do we have you know, men of caliber that can say what they will say and do what they say, or I say what they will do and they do what they've said. In other words, put action to
their words.
And for Amechi to have said what he has said, he's a seasoned politician.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. Remember, he also ran to be the flag bearer for APC at the time, which he didn't make it. Right? He lost to Tinubu at that time. So my question now is, whichever party that might come out to have promising goals is where these politicians will go to. So he has sat back and used his political, what we call strategic eye, and said, let us forecast in the next 2 years, this party is gaining momentum. What if I align with them, or I say words that would make them want to come to me? Remember, when you go to somebody for something, you actually have lesser cards. Person has more cards. But when you say something that makes person come to you, guess what? You have the upper hand.
Yeah.
So these are politicians. They know how to play this game, right? Create what we call artificial need. Place yourself in a place where they will need you, because every politician has something that they're good at. Some they come with the angle of emotion, some they come with the angle of strategy, others come straight to the point. So if you look at Amechi, is someone who over time his strategy when it comes to politics is you can't hate him all the way and love him all the way. He's someone who he knows how to flow with the wind, unlike Wike, who if he says he comes with strength and power, that's it. And you can easily just say, I hate him, I love him. Yeah. So again, politicians are who they are. Yeah. Right? But are you outside politics, they might be great people, but in the game of politics, right? I just look at their words and I say, let's move on.
But are you rooting for the ADC?
Why would I want to do that? I root for no party. We oppress people in the media. Now I can decide to say this is my party. Or not
No. I'm saying, like, are you rooting for them? I'm not saying if. Do you think what they are trying to do is possible, and you know what they're trying to do to unseat the present administration?
So let's look at it from this angle, right? And then this is me staying on the fence. When Labour Party emerged, by the way, they were there initially, but no one really knew them. But when they really came to light, right, thanks to Peter Obi, who they held as their flag bearer at the time, for no reason, well, I won't say for no reason, without even knowing what was going on, there was a tectonic shift, to that party. Yeah. What does that tell you? That it is the personality, right, that has track record, that might not be 100%, but at least enough for us to say, let us put our thumbs to it. I use that as an example. Yeah. So now, the question you asked is, do you think ADC can make it? I think the question should be, do they have capable hands?
Oh, I think they do.
Now, somebody might be capable of delivering. Doesn't necessarily mean that he or she has great track record. Remember, Nigerians are now more particular about, you've done this in the past. How has it better Nigerians?
I think the only one with great track record is.
Let's not forget. Atiku, yeah. ADC there's a question mark. If Atiku could have been president a long time ago, he could have. If he needed to be if Nigerians wanted to be president, there's a long time ago, he could have been the president. But it's just going in his favor. But let's see now if it will work.
Let's see how it goes. Just a matter of time.
Yes, as much as we have kings, there are also kingmakers too.
Yeah, sure.
Don't sit back. I don't want to be, heard or seen, but they are making something. So I wish all of them.
You call them kingmakers?
Yes.
Okay.
I wish them well. All I'm just worried about, and where I stand is good governance and leadership. Yeah. I mean, I'm an advocate for good leadership.
Good governance and leadership.
And so I have this thing I do every year called Hands on Deck Leadership. And I will talk about leadership in general.
Nice.
And it starts from the bottom. It starts straight. Sounds straight, right? Leadership from the top, from bottom. If the man who is running his family and his neighborhood knows how to lead, he will teach someone who becomes great and knows how to lead his ward from there, lead states from there to the top.
All right, let me just
so I'm more of leadership.
Yeah, more of leadership. Let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. Asuko is at it again. And this one we have a tent. Right. Let me call this a tent. Then we have someone with wine and money and bundles of naira on top, and we have somebody below inside the tent with hunger plates, and we have debt.
Again, it's good enough that
This is just corruption.
So let us call it the way it is. Right? We see a politician sleeping on a bed.
I see a man.
Okay. We see a man. Let's just say we see a man. Right? So he's lying on a bed that is carved out of the Nigerian map. Right?
Okay.
Now, we have 4 sticks suspending that.
Oh, that's a map, actually.
It's a map.
Yeah.
There's something that is more important that we're not seeing there.
Oh, what's that?
Asuko has done a great job.
Yeah.
It's the fact that the beams holding that particular, decking or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's debt.
Is not strong enough. Meaning to say, the debt can, at any point in
fall
time,
off,
crush and kill
the second man there.
so again, like they say, creative work has a way of giving a thousand meanings.
Yeah,
that's the way. So well done, Asuko.
Well done.
Be able to open our eyes this morning.
So obviously that's the Nigerian politicians and the masses. Well, we really hope they do better. We really, 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 really hope they do better. Thank you so much, Valentine, for joining us in the studio this morning. It was really insightful with you. All right, this is all we can take for today. Keep watching BDTV. Up next is Business Morning, so stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. It's Thursday, July 24th, 2025. I am Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us as we bring you clear and data-driven insights into the forces shaping Nigeria's business and economic landscape, from policy shifts, of course, to market trends.
Right now, let's move to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's debt profile is set to expand significantly as the Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to secure over $21 billion in foreign loans. According to the presidency, the loan, which is part of the 2022 to 2024 borrowing plan, is aimed at financing key infrastructure projects, enhancing energy supply, and also supporting social investments.
But the approval has sparked fresh concerns about debt sustainability, interest rates, and the country's ability to repay amid rising inflation and persistent currency depreciation. This morning, we unpack what this borrowing means for the economy, businesses, and the average Nigerian. With us in the studio is Mohammed Akonji. He's our Business Day in-house analyst.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for
Good to have you.
Good morning. All right, so let's go straight into it. What was your initial reaction to the Senate approval of the $21 billion loan? And do you think Nigeria is in the position to make this level of foreign debt?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much again for having me. So I think it's a two question. I'll try to be able to address them as clearly as possible. So first is, remember when the 2025 budget was actually passed and signed into law?
Yeah.
We have a deficit already. Okay. There was a deficit in the budget. Say that the revenue we are expecting is actually not enough to be able to meet up our expenditure, the 54 trillion. So it's expected that the shortfall or the gap between the revenue and the expenditure will actually be met through majorly borrowing, local and international. And so this is why it is not unexpected. What was just released by the Senate, which the House of Reps also be able to approve yesterday, is now the Nigeria's external borrowing plan between 2025 and 2026. And so I feel like it is in order, just like the question Deborah asked. It's actually in order to actually be able to meet the shortfall, as I said, that we have in our budgetary positions. Now, is it actually, because apart from the 21 billion, I'm sure we see there that the government is actually talking about that. They'll also be able to be denominated in other currencies, in yen, in pounds, and I think it was $21.19 billion.
Yeah.
Then that's from foreign direct loans.
Okay.
£4 billion, equivalent of that, 15 billion yen, and about 65 million grants that the government is actually talking about, as well as basic domestic borrowing. So all these, just like I said, are actually needed to actually be able to meet critical sector of the economy. And we are not the odd one out. It's like a global trend. And what the government, the presidency, the National Assembly is still insisting is that we are still within our fiscal threshold. We are still within that particular threshold of debt to GDP ratio. So I think the foreign debt is very much in order, and the rate at which the government is actually talking about. So the question there, which maybe we're likely going to be able to get to, is the interest part. I think you mentioned I might be able to get to that. Will it not be able to put more vulnerability to us? But as I said, it is expected because it's actually in line with the global best practice.
So do we know how the loan is structured?
Okay.
Like concessional, semi-concessional, or commercial? And more so, what does this mean to our repayment obligations?
Okay. So first, the loans, they are long-term. It's about 20 to 35-year repayment period, and they are concessional. So by concessional, it actually means that the interest rate is very, very low. Because from institutions where we are getting them from, World Bank, Africa Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, Japanese Investment Promotion Council, I think the loans actually spread. As I mentioned, so we have the dollar-denominated part. We have the yen-denominated part that we get from Japan. We have the pounds-denominated part, and then you have those loans that are actually structured across board in that way. So, as I said, it's a long-term loan. Repayment is, to between like minimum of 20 years and maximum of 35 years. And they are concessional. Concessional simply means that the interest rate on them is actually very, very low. So that tends to be able to reduce element of vulnerability that we might likely be able to put ourselves into in that particular regard. Of course, that doesn't mean we need to be able to raise the flag. In terms of the mounting debt that we're talking about. I think I was there with Deborah, it was not 2 weeks ago. We were talking about our debt. So that debt now is about 150 trillion naira.
Wow.
That's and we are adding these into the pool that we have already, and that's the naira. Part of our domestic borrowing. This is more of external borrowing as we're talking about, not domestic. But if you see some of the components of what the government want to use it for, as I said, the target of this is to be targeted towards infrastructure. The second phase, the first phase of the coastal road will also be there. Then to be able to target health and human capital development. So I think the government is also trying to be strategic in terms of where the fund will be channeled, to eventually. So I think that is what the Senate themselves, the Senate, which is that institution that actually be able to approve the request from the presidency to ensure that they be able to provide that oversight, that it is well channeled or the funds actually used for the purpose for which they are here marked. So I think it is that. So what I can say, just like the question Justin asked is, because it's a long-term and concessional loan, so it tends to be able to ease that short-term pressure, that we'd like to be able to pay. But the implication, as I mentioned, is that it's be able to add to our long-term debt obligations. And it's something that we needed to really be able to check, because debt is always a very contentious issue. When we talk about the government is actually borrowing again, and you be like, but you find out on the final analysis there is that the two houses, the two chambers of the National Assembly agreed on the fact that the plan that was actually drafted by the presidency was actually quite strategic enough to be able to address some of the gaps that we actually be able to have within the country.
All right. So many, like you mentioned it, so many analysts have warned that Nigeria's rising debt servicing cost is actually on the high rates, because I would actually say we don't need borrowing right now. So can this loan deepen our fiscal vulnerability?
I think that's what I mentioned now. I think maybe Deborah said you don't think we need a loan.
Yes,
right
I don't
now.
think so, because
we need it. Just like, so as I said, the budget is already on a deficit budget. I don't know. So it's more or less like saying you have a plan already for this year that you wanted to spend 1 million. Plans, and then we look at it on paper, it was good, it was strategic, and it was fine. But when we look at the revenue that you have, it is just about 500,000. I'm just saying. So there's a shortfall already to achieve your target and the revenue. So what do you think you're going to do? Maybe as individual, the next thing could borrowing is one particular thing that you might be able to target. Yes, you can also be able to beg. I'm just talking about individual. But for government at that particular level also does those things. The government can go through taxes. The government can go in forms of sales of foreign assets. But one important way to be able to meet up the shortfalls that you have, and just like I said, is through borrowing. But the question, just like I think the question she raised about that is, I agree. It will deepen fiscal vulnerability. Yeah, they are at concessional rates, but I mentioned that as well, that if you look at the current level of domestic, we are not even talking about domestic borrowing. That one's about 149 to 150 they'll actually be able to have there. And then this is also an addition that will actually be able to pile up more on them, on what we already have. So I know it will definitely be able to do that. And that is where we needed to be able to put government to account, when to get these loans. As I said, it's a global practice. It's a global standard to ensure that when you have such a shortfall or you have such a gap, you go to international multilateral institutions, World Bank, IMF, AFDB, that you get loans from, to be able to settle some of your projects. Your project provisions or budgetary provisions that you actually be able to have there. So I agree very well that would actually be the case. And with servicing costs, just like you said, their servicing cost is very, very high. I think now, for every revenue we make now, we're paying close to like about 85 to 90%.
Oh, wow.
For every $1 now, close to like, or let's say for every 1 naira, or for every 100 naira, 85 naira there about is used to service debt.
But now on this that you just said, now how might this affect all our rates, talking about inflation. Interest rates, and also exchange rates?
So of course there will be macroeconomic impacts. We've seen some of those macroeconomic figures, released by the institutions. If you see inflation, at least it moderated downward, it decelerated to about 22.22%, at least the third consecutive deceleration that we've seen. We've seen the central bank as well hold the rate, for the fourth time, then maybe Naira as well has actually remained a bit stable. And then we see that maybe we're gradually going to be able to go towards the federal government target of the 1,500 Naira to $1 arrangement. Yes, it is. But large-scale borrowing like this, one basic economic theory will tell us that it is when you have too much money in the economy or too much money in circulation, it is likely going to be able to induce inflation, likely. And so just like as much as possible that we needed this money for those projects, as I said, don't forget, it is a productive loan. That's actually the target should be, not a consumption loan, not just for us to be able to pay salaries or for us just to be able to meet up, obligations that will not be able to repay itself. But when we'll be able to put it into investment, into a capital project that can at least repay itself, we're having a debt that is actually allowing us, we are borrowing money such that we have a plan that the debt itself is actually be able to repay itself. So I know one thing about that is inflation could actually be on the rise if you're not careful, and that's why I said my bank needed to be able to check as much as that. But don't forget that some of this money, and at the same time, they may not be able to come in not raw cash, not all of them. Some of them will actually be projects, buildings, can actually be housing projects that will actually be worth this amount of money. So yeah, it will be able to have that, on a basic level to ensure that that particular impact can be there. So I just feel like, but at the same time, it is also needed to ensure that investors' confidence is maintained. I think we'll also be able to need that. So, but in the final analysis, yes, inflation can actually be affected. Interest rate as well, because once inflation started, why the central bank held interest rates for 27.5 is to ensure that yes, inflation is not yet, we are not yet fully clear, out of the hoods yet. So we cannot just be able to reduce the rate. But if those funds are actually be able to use efficiently, for those infrastructure, I believe that they could be able to support long-term productivity and allow us to be able to stabilize most of our macroeconomic indicators.
All right,
so I believe they should be able to allow us to do that.
Okay, so the government have actually said that they need these funds for infrastructure and social investments. Do you think we have enough transparency and accountability to actually make sure these funds are put in the right place?
That is way, and I think thank you very much. And that's exactly the question that That's the $1 million question. That is the critical question that we need to ask to ensure that, because this is not the first borrowing plan. Every year we have the fiscal, this is 2025-2026 borrowing plan. The previous ones, have we been able to see the impact? You know, that is where the question actually lies. And when the Senate that approved theirs on Tuesday, the House of Reps gave their approval as well yesterday before they went on their recess. The question, and I'm sure people are actually throwing at the National Assembly members, at the honorables and the senators, is most of what the government mentioned there, you know, Eastern Way Corridor, I mean, there's a road project from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, the first phase, second part of the Lagos Coastal Road, I think is also be able to be factored in, and then about a percent of 7 million. And then most of the senators that have stood up felt like they are able to be able to see a well-detailed plan as to what the government wants to be able to use the money for. But it's always been the case anyway. So I think transparency and accountability is still a very important thing that the government needed to be able to, it's an important currency that the government needed to be able to throw out there to the people to ensure that people will not just be able to grow panic whenever they hear, oh, the government is borrowing again. And they can be able to see that, oh, this particular thing, I mean, those borrowings are actually used for projects that will actually be able to benefit the lives of average Nigerians. So I am sure that is actually the major thing there. But one way to be able to do that, that's what I feel like, strengthening public finance framework where there are monitoring mechanisms to be able to see what the government is actually doing will actually be able to go a long way to entrench, you know, transparency and accountability. But I know it is a very important challenge, you know, in that regard to say, hope it will not just go down the usual drain that, you know, previous ones have actually gone down to.
All right, so you've already, you know, delved a little bit into the question, but I still wanted to throw more light to ascertain if this whole process, you know, can bring about growth. Is it bringing about growth, or do you sense some sense of stagnancy, you know, at some point, or what do you actually think?
So borrowing generally can stimulate growth. If it is just like I said, it's actually directed to the productive sector or the critical sector, that will. So it's not like, I don't, people will also be able to mention borrowing is not bad in itself. It's exactly what you actually be able to borrow for and what you channel it into. So of course, that is actually the essence. The goal of the government is just to be able to ensure that by targeting this particular funding, I mean, this borrowing into, you know, transportation, energy, education, human capital, infrastructure, we will be able to spur growth. You'll be able to have more productive segment of the, this productive segment of the economy that will be able to contribute to the national GDP, and that allows us to be able to pay back the loans. But if the question the brother asked earlier, if we're still battling with transparency and accountability issues and integrity issues as to where the funds are channeled into, what are they actually be able to be channeled for those particular purposes? You know, just like I said, the senators are actually at a bit loggerhead. Maybe a bit of loggerhead as to say, oh, we look at the plan, you know, from the government. I think there is a Senate committee on local and foreign borrowings that tends to be able to look at the plans before giving the approval, before it was sent to the floor of the National Assembly, you know, at the plenary where it was given approval. So the goal, of course, should actually be to be able to induce inclusive growth. That should be the goal. But if some of those structural bottlenecks that we have, some of the underlying fundamental, you know, fundamental challenges that we still have there may likely be able to defer the growth if we are not careful. It might likely be able to do that. Yeah, the government is trying as much as possible to actually be able to boast itself, to say, yes, these will allow us to actually be able to achieve our goal of, you know, be able to meet the welfare of the people, meet the welfare of the people, improve the living standards of the people, and ensure that the government is actually able to trickle down, you know, dividends of democracy that the government actually promised. But it must actually be done within the right framework. That's why I'm actually able to talk about public finance framework, where we have a more transparent mechanism to be able to see from start to finish how this is where the loan comes in. The government wants to do this project. They've mentioned those projects. I'll be able to mention the projects are there. You'll be able to look at the document actually released, several of them, and then see that at the end of the day, by the time we actually be able to review the performance of the budget, you know, which is actually what this is actually taken for, we can be able to lay fingers to those things to say, yes, this project has been achieved. This project has been achieved. Don't forget at this moment, some of those projects that we are talking about, we are running 3 projects at the moment in this nation.
Okay.
2024 budget is still running it till December this year because some of the capital, especially the capital components, I mean, I'm talking about projects, the government that wants. So they will report, the government were not able to, the government could not actually be able to release funds to be able to provide those capital projects to implement them. And that's why it was actually, so initially it was extended to June 30th. Now it has been extended again because they were claiming there's no money to do that. And then it will be like, this has been provided for, this has been budgeted for. So what is actually happening that we are not seeing those projects, coming to terms? And that's why we have 2024 budget, the approved budget. The supplementary budget of 2024 is still there. Then the 2025 budget is still running. 3 budgets that are running simultaneous. So that is where transparency, like the people asked earlier, and then accountability is very important. That might likely be able to impact us.
So let me ask the final question before we let you go. What are the alternatives to this borrowing? Do we have to borrow? Like I said, I don't think we need to borrow because this morning in the dailies it actually said we need extra billions of dollars to complete the Lagos coastal road. It just keeps piling up. It keeps piling up, and the IMF, I think last week, actually waived off the COVID-19 loan. So it feels like when we are trying to come out from some, we are actually entering the other some. So what are the other ways we can go around this other than borrowing?
So borrowing, okay, maybe I'm just going to I think I put about 3 or 4 that I feel like we could use.
Yeah.
One way could be public-private partnership.
Okay.
But there could be a limit to that. The government coming for, when it comes to infrastructure, maybe we allow private high net worth individuals who have quite enough can partner with the government to be able to provide those. But experience have shown to us, look at Lekki toll gate there. We still know the losses that the company actually incurred as a result of what happened. And then so PPP could be another arrangement, especially in that regard. But most of all these multilateral credit institutions, don't forget all this IMF, World Bank, AFDB, were actually created for growth and development purposes of countries. That's why countries are allowed to go to them. You also contribute there. You have your, more or less like a voluntary contribution, your contributions, which allows you to be able to take out from them. So I would say borrowing is still part of that. But if you use that PPP, tax collection, the tax thing, maybe that's another thing. So ensure that we can be able to widen our tax net. And enough people always want to be able to evade tax. We all know it's always a very big challenge. So the tax to GDP ratio in Nigeria today now is still about 8 to 9%, which is very, very low.
Wow.
Even by African standard is about 15 to 18%. But in Nigeria, only very, very, very infinitesimal amount of people, number of people, actually be able to pay taxes. So I think that is that. And maybe the other one too, which is can be government raising bonds, which is also part of this, green bonds, diaspora bonds, and maybe these are some of the other strategies that the government can use. But I think I just want to be able to convince borrowing is not totally bad. No,
I'm not saying it is bad. I'm saying we are borrowing more than enough, and it feels like
I don't think you're borrowing. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think it's not okay. I don't want to say more than enough because we still actually be able to. So if you look at the budget itself, it's 54 trillion.
Okay.
If you look at that in dollar terms, that's close to about $48 billion or thereabout. That's the budget. So what you're just borrowing now is just 21 billion.
Just 21 billion.
So the thing about borrowing is if it's actually being put into good use.
Exactly.
It's not bad because every businessman out there.
You mentioned something. The 2021, 2024
productive things.
2023, 2024 rather. We've not seen how that money was being put in use. And now we are going to the 2025, 2026. That's just my take. I don't think that is what we need at this point.
So because of those budgets that we want simultaneously, I know they will likely be able to create that loss of confidence, that are we really sure this is the way to go? But we also need them on this project, just like you said. I think what Destiny said about even businesses need loans. Government also be able to need that to provide some of these essential services. So that is
make it come fast.
And then to ensure that it is actually used for the purpose that it's actually directed to. I think that is very important. So I think I will just say in a final analysis that the borrowing should be seen as a tool, just like other ones.
For development.
For that development. So the sustainable development that will likely be able to come from it will demand, government has to actually be innovative. Government has to be able to, bring about impactful reforms, and more importantly, entrench accountability on what they borrow.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. It was really, insightful to have you here this morning. And we're speaking on the $21 billion loan that was approved by the Senate yesterday.
Thank you so much.
We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our second part of the conversation is going to be up. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Business Morning. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today.
Today we shine a spotlight on innovation, not just the spark of an idea, but the tough, rewarding journey of turning that idea into a scalable, sustainable business. Nigeria is brimming with talent and creativity from local inventors developing renewable energy solutions to techpreneurs building apps that solve uniquely African problems.
But how do we bridge the gap between invention and commercial success? Joining us this morning is Babajide Duro Emmanuel, is the Group MD, TCOM Limited Strategy and Transformation Consultant. Good morning, Babajide. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right. So let's start with the basics. How would you describe the current state of invention and product innovation in Nigeria? Are you there, Babajide?
Okay. Yes. Could you repeat that again? What did you say?
How would you describe the current state of invention and product innovation in Nigeria?
Oh yes. Thank you. At the moment, there's been a lot going on in the business space. You know, coupled with the state of the economy, right? Everyone is trying to invent something. Everyone is, trying to just make a headway. So this has really brought, a growing number of people to become more interested in, entrepreneurship because really there are no jobs out there. So yeah, and because of technology as well, I believe innovation is growing. Product invention is also growing, and it's quite a good time, and it's also a good one for the economy of the nation if these products and inventions actually thrive.
Oh, wow. So are there certain sectors like agriculture, energy, or even fintech, and where we are seeing more local inventions gaining tractions, and also why?
Oh yes, I believe I can't speak about I wouldn't speak about fintech just mm, uh something scalable. Yes. So it's not just so really the knowledge is not there. Young people just come up with ideas, and generally not even young people, adults, and they struggle for some time. Also there's also funding as well. Yes, funding. But really, that's the opportunities out there. You have your so when funding a business, I know that's also linked to know-how because really, when you have a good idea, you can start from somewhere and really be funded by either your customers or family and friends, investors. But then also, ideas fail basically because ideas fail basically because the people pioneering such ideas are not they are not they don't have a knowledge of that sector they're trying to get into, and so that also requires some level of learning and development in that regard. So I believe these three things, yes,
All right, so
are some of the major.
okay. So how important is market research at the early stage? Market research, how important is it at the early stage? And do you think Nigerian innovators pay enough attention to this step?
So here's the thing. I don't think Nigerian innovators, basically entrepreneurs, pay enough attention to. Did you say market research or product research?
Market.
Okay, yes, they don't actually. Just a few number of people, and this also comes down to knowledge and know-how as well, because some people think, oh, like it's just about having your idea and putting it out there. Then they realize that there's more.
Okay.
So, for instance, when you're starting up, like you have an idea and you intend on building your idea, something with your idea. The first thing is to develop what they call a minimum viable product. That's an MVP. So from this MVP, you are able to make research. So it's like an assumption. So your MVP is like an assumption. You're able to do your research. First, start with the people in your core group. Now that's either your family or friends, or people you could speak with in the kind of people you're trying to serve or reach. Try to speak with them, hear their opinions, and also do some research as well. So really, young people don't want to go through all that process. They just want to go from just the idea, and because that's where the work is actually, and that's where the actual work is, and most people don't want to give it that time or effort.
Permit me to ask this. Once an investor or inventor rather has a prototype, what should their next step be to scale commercially?
So, number one is that that's the first thing actually is to develop a minimum viable product. When you develop a minimum viable product, you then you reach out to people in your network, just checking with them. What do they think about what you're building? Just get their opinions about things. Then another thing is really starting small. Actually, just start like start however small, however unclear. So I remember, for example, let me take a Nigerian company. Let me use Money Points because I have a bit of knowledge about how this started. So when Tosin started, it wasn't Money Points as we all know it today, like the consumer agency platform. It was Team Apt, and what they started with was, they just wanted to, they were actually a service. They were service providers for banks and financial institutions, and but that didn't work well because they had a bit of some banks or some financial institutions didn't really accept what they were offering and all of that, and it took time and much labor to get to that phase of that's the market, that phase of scalability. So they recognized the opportunities, and because we were able to speak with they were able to listen to their customers, to their team members, and so they scaled to what we now know as Money Points. And now they do like over last I checked was over $14 billion transactions in a month, and that's like quite good. So what I'm just trying to say in the overview of it is that you just start as soon as you have your MVP, just start. And so there you now, there's much of in there lies continuous improvement, spotting opportunities, listening to people, and sometimes you have to also pivot because sometimes you might be wrong, and that might not actually be the actual product that or the actual invention that would scale. But from what you initially had, you're able to scale and pivot to the actual thing that people will accept. Yes, and that's how most businesses in the world actually are built. Yes.
Right. Finally, now, if you could give one piece of advice to a young Nigerian inventor watching this, what would that advice be?
So my advice is that the what do I call it now? The what do I call it now? I'm trying to think of that word. So the conditions, the conditions might not be right, but actually, if you've got an idea, like with some of these things that I've mentioned, like having a minimum viable product, it's not just about having an idea alone. You have to. It's not just about having an idea alone. You have to, find a purpose. What purpose is your idea serving? Okay. What problems do you want to solve? Then create a minimum viable product and just start in there. And when you start, don't think it's actually that what you think that don't be too fixated on your idea. Just start. Then over time, you're able to improve. You're able to scale or even pivot. So yeah, just start. And it's such a good time in Nigeria where new businesses are springing up, and it's a good time for you to actually start. Just start, and you will improve over time and be successful. Yes.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Babajide. It was good to have you on Business Morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah.
All right. All right, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we are going to have our take on the issues discussed here on Business Morning. Stay with us. All right, so Destiny, I'm just going to start with my take, and I'm just going to look straight into the camera and say it. I somewhat agree with Babajide. So the thing is, Nigeria doesn't have a shortage of brilliant ideas. We just have shortage of structure that, that believe in them. When I mean structure, we know amenities and the government, we don't have lots of backing from them. So if you're sitting on something powerful, for me, I would say you stop waiting for permission. Build it, test it, fail, pivot, and repeat the same thing until the market respects the momentum that you have and not permission. Because that's one thing. The market does not respect perfection. You don't have to be perfect. Rather, they respect the momentum of whatever it is that you're building. So that's just my take on this.
And I also agree with you on that, and I agree with our guest earlier. He made a lot of statements, and he's citing making people know that they have to be consistent in dealing with these things that they do. Because, like most of the Nigerian businesses that we have, if they were not consistent, trust me, they will not be doing business today. So business is all about consistency. Because sometimes people just start a business, and over time, they get bored and they think that maybe there is more profit in other businesses.
Is it boredom? I really don't think it's boredom. I still think it has to do with the structure. I'm actually a witness to that. It has to do with the structure.
No, when I said bored, doesn't mean like maybe they got, maybe they're looking at other people's business and seeing that these people are making profit and not thinking that they could still be patient enough to develop theirs. So they could come to terms with profit. When you spend money to make money.
But if I'm not making money, what I'm doing, you're making money, what you're doing. Why can't I join?
You have to spend money to make money. Some people just think they will start and then the profit starts rolling in.
Well, like we said, just make sure you build, you test, fail, pivot, and repeat the same process all over again until you get to that point or close to that point of perfection. Wow. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Keep watching BusinessDay TV. Good morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums, for almost the last 14 years. I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I'm Norma Omona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 24th.
On this day in 1974, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that President Nixon must turn over Watergate tapes. The mounting evidence against Nixon would lead to his resignation 2 weeks later on August 8th. U.S. stock markets would fall as much as 40% while the Nixon investigation and impeachment unfolded. During this period, a lot was going on in the world of business. The OPEC oil embargo occurred at the end of 1973, Egypt and Syria attacked Israel, and inflation was over the roof. All of these events led to the stock market's decline during this time. And on this day in 2020, Regis Philbin passed away. He was an American television personality who who hosted a number of popular programs, most notably the talk show Live with Regis and Kelly from 1988 to 2011, and the game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire from 1999 to 2002 and in 2009. Regis Philbin became host of the morning show in New York City, which saw a major turnaround when Kathy Lee Gifford joined in 1985. Their natural on-air chemistry and unscripted banter, highlighted by Philbin's comical crankiness, made the show a hit. In 1988, it was nationally syndicated and quickly rose to one of the fastest-growing talk shows in the early 1990s. Philbin also acted in films and sitcoms. In 1999, he hosted Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, helping turn it into a national phenomenon and coining the phrase, "Is it your final answer?" The show boosted ABC to the top of the ratings before he stepped down in 2002. He returned briefly in 2009 for its 10th anniversary. Philbin later hosted Million Dollar Password in 2008, which was later cancelled in 2009, and the sports panel show Crowd Goes Wild from 2013 to 2014. And finally, on this day in 2023, Elon Musk rebranded the social media site Twitter as X after merging Twitter with his company X Holdings. The visual rebrand, with the bluebird icon being replaced by a stylized X and updated logo across websites and apps. Despite the high-profile nature of the rebrand, there wasn't a significant stock jump or drop tied directly to it. Instead, the change was viewed more as a rebranding statement than a shift in business performance.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Duplication of projects between the NDDC, the Commission, the states, even other agencies, other arms of federal government and local government. But I think right now there has been an effort to unify the entire thing by calling for harmony, doing practical things to harmonize projects between the federal government, NDDC, state government, local government, to eliminate, because it was also discovered that that was also part of the reasons for abandonment of projects. For example, when there were cases where an NDDC contractor got a contract to do a particular road A, on mobilizing to that road A, he sees that another contractor, maybe this time from the state government, is working on the same road. So the man simply disappears and allowed and becomes a problem. But I think there is a conscious effort now to harmonize projects between NDDC, states, local governments, and all that. So that challenge has been reduced or even eliminated for now.
Mr. Fineborn, just as we wrap up, I would like to hear your thoughts on 25 years of NDDC. What are the concrete reforms or actions that you would recommend to make this commission more accountable and development focused going forward?
Okay. There should be concerted efforts to remove politics, completely remove politics from the activities of the commission. The commission should be made to face developmental projects only and not play politics. And the funding entities, such as the oil companies, the federal government, and all that, should promptly fund the NDDC. They promptly fund the NDDC so that all those lofty plans they have, they can implement them. Then and only then can we see NDDC achieving the purpose for which it was established.
All right, I take it that those are your final submissions today on this conversation, right? All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time this morning on The Big Story, Mr. Finebone. We've been talking about assessing the impact of the Niger Delta Development Commission in the region as it marks its 25th anniversary. Thank you very much, Mr. Finebone, for joining us this morning. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. In recent weeks, the Naira is strengthening to a 4-month high, trading around 1,500 and 226 Naira per dollar on the back of improved liquidity, largely driven by sustained foreign portfolio inflows, an increased dollar turnover, and clearer policy direction from the Central Bank of Nigeria. This trend has narrowed the gap between official and parallel market rates, something we haven't seen in a while, and it's sending a signal that there may just be growing confidence in the FX market again. But the question is, how real is this rally? Is it sustainable, or is it just another short-term sugar rush driven by hot money? Those are the questions. Is policy finally doing the heavy lifting, or are we still at the mercy of external capital? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more, we're joined by Mr. Kunle Ezun. He's a respected economist, fixed income and currency strategist, and with deep insight into monetary policy and financial markets. Welcome to the show, Mr. Ezun. It's great to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. It's my pleasure to be here this morning.
Right. Let me start by just saying that, the Naira is on a bit of a run right now, seeing its strongest level in months. What would you say is driving this bounce? And do you get the sense that this is real momentum or just hot money flowing in temporarily? And how much credit can we give the CBN for this recent Naira gain?
Okay, thank you very much. Listening to your intro, I smiled when you said, "Oh, could it be sustained, or just one of those important things that happened, and after a few days it disappeared?" I think I have a good news for you. That looking at all the parameters, I think I'll be glad to say that what we have seen the last couple of weeks and days is here to stay. And again, trying to that to say that Naira stability, that conversation is actually a journey and not a destination. And there's no way you want to talk about whatever we have seen today as a stability without tracing it back to the event that happened in December 2024, when CBN introduced what we call electronic trading. That's the BMAsh. BMAsh brought in what we call a more sort of transparency and liquidity in the FS market. And just few months after that, there was the introduction of FS codes. All of these are events that have helped to create a sort of stability in the market. So the current run or the current rally that we have seen actually built on those market events, which perhaps we could call reform in the FX market by the central bank. So over time, we've seen that those two events drove huge liquidity to the market. And again, so in the first half of the year is on record that CBN did participate in the market up to the tune of about $4.7 billion between January and June in trying to support the currency. And this was done through the BMAsh. BMAsh is more like an electronic platform that allows for transparency in trading. So it's more like a two-way code transaction. So that was the platform that has helped to drive the current stability that we have seen in the FX market. So to add to that again is what we have seen through the impact of the IMTOs and the fintech industry. So we see liquidity coming through that space as well. So there was the CBN's circular that gave the fintech the opportunity to sell their inflow directly to the central bank, where if it was not possible for the banks to buy from them. So all of that were things that have driven liquidity and have helped to support Naira stability. So the good news is to say whatever we have seen today will continue to support Naira outlook. And again, the activities of the exporters, the non-oil exporters are only help to support the market. So all of these are market events that keep happening. And so we expect that stability that we have seen will be sustained. Yes, for FX market, there could be pocket of volatility, which is quite required in the market. But that volatility will not be strong enough to distort the curve that we have seen today in the market.
Right, and what we've seen is that the CBN has taken a much more active stance with, tighter policy, stronger interventions. Do you think, in this case, that these moves are finally paying off, or is the market just responding to what I would call short-term signals?
No, I think on the monetary side, we need to give the credit to the central bank. What CBN would have done could be termed as momentarily, because using the instrument of HOMO to support the currency was more like an unorthodox means. But CBN feel that when that market was reopened, the CBN needs to inject liquidity. Ordinarily, you expect that market activity, market participants should be the one that should drive liquidity in the market. But when the market reopened, there was a dearth of liquidity. And that's where CBN came in aggressively, using the instrument of the HOMO to attract FPIs. And at the point in time when the FPIs were repatriating profit, there was a run on the Naira. And CBN proceeded to say that they have the capacity to support the currency. And that's reassurance from the central bank. Again, provided that more like a support, and that gave Naira that rebound that we saw. After, just in April, when the US president did announce the US tariff, there was a run on the currency, and Naira witnessed huge depreciation to about the 1.6 level in the market. But thereafter, CBN came back in aggressively and said, no, we're here to support the currency. And so, whatever CBN must have done in the last 6 months and 1 year, it had helped to support the currency. And what I keep saying whatever they must have done, we should not be expected to CBN hand wouldn't be there forever. I'm sure in the next couple of months, CBN will need to step back and play just a regulatory role and allow market forces to determine the performance of the currency. So CBN has supported the currency. But in the next couple of months, we should expect that CBN will take a back road and allow the forces of demand to keep determining the prices of Naira.
And speaking of market forces determining the cost of Naira, we're seeing that foreign portfolio inflows seems to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. Do you think that Nigerians should be optimistic about the Naira strength, or should we be a little bit cautious that this could unravel just as quickly as it's happening?
Okay, I think whatever we see today is quite strategic. And if you take a step back and look at the MTF, that's the medium-term economic framework that guided the budget 2025. You will recall that the Naira exchange rate was pegged at $1.5 to $1, right? So I guess CBN was quite deliberate about that forecast, because before now, what we used to see was that a rate would be set that is more like a far cry from when Naira trade in the market. But for CBN to take that bold step to do a forecast of Naira at $1.5 to $1, then it means that CBN was being realistic about the value of Naira. So if you have observed the last couple of months, that performance of Naira has been around that 1.5 level, right? A lot of people do believe that in the nearest term, that Naira could break the resistance around the 1.5. But I do believe that breaking that resistance around 1.5 could create an opportunity for people to take profits on the economy. So I think pegging Naira at 1.5 is quite strategic and is a pointer to where the central bank feel that Naira should trade in the near to short time. Over time, perhaps, when there is stability in the economy, when the economy becomes productive and self-generative, perhaps you could see Naira trading below and getting stronger and strengthening below the 1.5. But in the near to short time, I do believe that whatever forces we see in the market will trade the naira around the 1.5 level in the near to short term.
What we're seeing is that there's a sort of a gap between the official and parallel market, or it's narrowing perhaps. Do you think this is a sign of real FX market reform? Do you think that it's a sign that the FX market reform is working, or is it more about sentiment than structure?
No, okay, I think for me, that's why I said that whatever is happening today in the market, the kudos and the accolades should go to the central bank for being firm, for being strategic, and for being forward-looking in their policies and reform. And this is what has driven a sort of convergence between the official market and the parallel market. And if you check in the last couple of days, I think the differential between the parallel and official market is narrowing, and I think it's, and the last time I checked, should be about a 20 to 15 naira differential between the official and the parallel market. And this is actually what the market believes should happen. And once you see a sort of stability and appreciation in the official market, then you should expect that the parallel market will gradually gravitate towards the official market, and that's what we've seen. If I may say here, sometimes last week, I think on the Tuesday or Thursday last week, we saw a more of about the 5 naira spread between the two markets, and so that is why that is when you know that there seems to be a correlation between what happened in the official market and the parallel market, because it's only when there is a spillover or a sort of expectation that is not being met within the official market that you see the spillover that drive volatility in the parallel market. But in the last couple of days, we've seen bid and offer being met by the market. So the urgency to want to go to the parallel market to cover for the gaps in the official market has gradually disappeared. So that's why you found that the parallel market will continue to gravitate towards the official market, and this is what we expect to happen. And over time, we should have a convergence between the two markets.
Convergence between the two markets. But let's talk about businesses now. So we've seen that businesses have been through, it's been months of FX uncertainty, and with this shift that we're seeing, are we seeing a confidence reset or volatility? Do we still think that volatility is still part of the story moving forward, or is there a confidence reset right now?
Okay, on the business side, I think there's relief in the market. I mean, this could be seen from number of LC in the open by banks. If you have access to that data, you could ascertain that businesses are coming back to life, and this is the number, because from where I sit, I could see that there are good number of improvement in the LC. That's the letter of credit that goes to confirm that there is importation of goods taking place. So if you continue to see that positive turn in LC issuances and what have you, it shows that there's confidence in the market, and that confidence could be actually be seen again in the fact that most banks are going back to now relaunching and introducing the Naira-funded debit card for national transaction. So those are ways to measure the confidence that has returned to the market, both on the retail side and on the wholesale side. Because either though most banks had suspended the usage of Naira-funded debit card for national transaction, and at the last count, about 6 banks had gone back to reissue and to allow international transaction on the Naira debit card. This shows that there's huge confidence in the market, that there's liquidity to cover FX transaction, and that this should be again support. And as we go fully into Q3 and Q4, when you expect that there will be huge demand for effort towards the festive period and what have you, then we'll begin to see how strong is now able to withstand the pressure that will come in the next 2, 3, 4 months to the end of the year.
Right. And final word before you leave, if you were to advise the Central Bank of Nigeria right now from where you see it, what's the one thing you would say they need to do to make this Naira rally stick for good?
It's very straightforward, and I've never had opportunity to shape in my advice. Mine is always very straightforward. You need to remain consistent. Clarity in regulation, right? This is what market require now. For you to stem volatility in the market require clarity in regulation. Let's CBN be open as much as possible and allow market to drive itself. Right? It is only when you have when that communication is not clear that people begins to speculate. But once you have clarity, speculation will take that stage. The market will run based on fundamentals and liquidity, and this will give you the more sort of stability that the market requires. So basically, for me to conclude, is to say CBN should remain consistent on the policy, provide guidance where required, and allow the market to trade liquidity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kunle Ezun, respected economist and fixed income and currency strategist, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. It was truly delightful.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for Social Listening up next.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello and welcome to the social listening on bdtv. I am Glory Brand, and joining me is always insightful Valentine.
Valentine Onyeka, right here.
Yeah, we are thrilled to have you join us as we dive into this interesting conversation, lightening up social media. And we promise it's going to be an exciting one. So let's quickly dive right into it.
Into it. Let's go.
The federal government has announced plans to host a Formula One Grand Prix. The Minister of Sports Development, John Owen Eno, made the announcement in Abuja. It said a strategic partnership has been signed between the ministry and an Africa-based firm, -One. It described the development as a big step in putting Nigeria on the global sporting calendar once again. According to him, the country has the talent, the country has the environment, and now the structure to host an international event of this scale. And regarding this topic, we have a lot of reactions on social media currently. But before that, Valentine, do you think this is a smart move considering funding security and economic instability right now in the country?
So, I mean, it's good that we're hearing new opportunities coming up and we are keen into it, right? I mean, one thing that brings the country together, we all know, is soccer. But then again, maybe, like they say, maybe a look at the other direction could just make Nigeria even far more stronger. Whatever has to do with sports or sporting activity brings us together. So I think it's a great move and it's a welcome idea to look at Formula One. Remember, the only country that has ever hosted Formula One way back was 1993. That was South Africa. Ever since, no other African country has done that. So if we're looking at Opus Racing, group to represent us in that angle, it's not a bad thing. However, as much as we're looking at these new opportunities, for us, I mean, we're a Business Day TV. We chase the money. And so in chasing the money, the question should now be, what is the economic value? What does it bring to us? Would we see jobs being created one way or the other?
Yeah, I think it has a positive reaction because it's going to bring infrastructural development when it comes to the road path.
Most definitely. But then again, you see, are we saying because we're bidding to host it, does this mean that our roads be fixed? It has nothing to do with our communal roads. If you've ever been to a Formula One racing before, you know it's a separate track that's designed for it. You're not seeing cars going in between highways and no. So there's no ripple effect on communal roads that are bad. No, not at all. So there's a different reason why that Formula One thing, we're bidding for it. And if one of the reasons is to help drag in international, attention, find a way to see how we can grow our GDP, knowing that we can make money from it, is a welcome idea. But if it is another money spending spree, just so that we say, okay, Nigeria has arrived where? So you see now, it's a two-edged sword. But because we're media people, right, we stay on the fence. So the question we are asking is this. Number one, how viable will it be? Is it going to be economically, it's going to add value to our economy one way or the other. Is the GDP going to grow? If we're going to see these indices change, good enough. Then let those who are in those businesses or finding business out of this kind of event to begin to put their heads together and say, look, this event will generate money for us because we're going to spend a lot of money. Don't forget, again, there's a tourism sector, which is good because if we're going to run that kind of event, a lot of people will come from different parts of the world.
Then jobs
be created.
Yes.
But the question now is, are we going to start saying we'll start building infrastructure around it again? That's a lot of money. The ones we have we made good use of it to generate money from it? We don't want to now, start hearing that hotels now be built for that purpose, wasting money. No, we already have hotels. We don't start hearing markets to be built in for those purposes. No, we already have markets.
But regarding a lot of challenges we have in the country right now, do you think this is what we should be putting our focus into presently?
Most definitely. We have issues with insecurity. We have issues with, healthcare. We have issues with the police not being paid their gratuity, those who have, who have retired. We have all these issues. However, which is why we have different arms of, industries in the country. This is why we have different commissions, different ministries. Okay, the sporting ministry and those who are in charge of it, if they say that they can handle the money, they can handle and manage the money properly, good enough is fine. We will not say because we have other issues that is troubling us as a country, then we abandon areas that we know will bring in good image for the country. However, and this is going to spill over to our next story, but however, if this would put Nigeria in a good light, in a position where we can begin to change the narrative and say, no, Nigeria is a safe place to have such an event and house such an event, good and fine. If it's a move to help to begin to have our security people work hard enough to make Nigeria safer, good and fine. This will put them on their toes.
And also to add to what you've been saying, I also believe that is a chance for Nigerians to experience what class raising without getting to travel or streaming it online.
Experience
is a new development, Valentine.
But remember, when working on the infrastructure to make such event a huge success, we must not begin to say build from scratch. We have some that are already there. I'm not talking about racetrack. I'm talking about other businesses that will depend, that will make money out of this particular event that will come up. We don't want to hear someone using it as an excuse to begin to say, okay, let us begin to build new Kainji Dam or build new something that has no business with it. Because Nigerians, how we do our things. Once there's an event coming up, a great excuse to look for how to steal money. We don't want to hear all that. If it's for a good reason to put Nigeria out there on the map, which we know is for a good reason, let's not allow whoever it is that has other ulterior motive to hijack it. That's where I'm coming from. Again, on the other side, what's the benefit? What's the business opportunity? We are business people. So as business team, let's talk about the business part of it. The media will make money. Most definitely, we hope we can send Glory to go there and represent us.
Let's quickly look at some of the reactions on social media. A lot of people are talking about this, not just me and you here currently. Let's quickly see some of the reactions on X.
All right, so I'll wait for that to come up. I can tell you, those messages, or rather those reactions on X, will definitely not make us smile, because I've seen them. People keep on saying, look, we have issues going up with the country back and forth. Why should we spend this amount of money? Most of them might not see the long-term,
impact,
long-term opportunity. But however, let's take a look at it.
Yeah. This one, Eva Genius says, it may seem like a joke, but it's likely to be a good thing. At least it should encourage us to build roads worthy for F1 standard. I totally agree with this guy, because if roads are not built, how can they be dodging potholes? Meaning they're going to have like two different queues.
There's something you're missing there. Again, we said it. Formula One is different from rally. See, when they talk about rally racing, which means you're moving from interstate
to one.
And guess what? What makes it rally is roads that are not even 100% is a rally. But this is Formula One now, racetrack. So they're going to carve out a huge portion of land in Abuja to build that.
Another tweet here says, from the original, he says, Nigeria has too much insecurity and doesn't have infrastructure. This is actually a joke. Just like what you've said before, like infrastructure is going to be a big problem. Another one said, Nigerians are dying every day from insecurity, from hunger and hardship, yet the government's priorities is Formula One. The rate of suicide is increasing every day because of unemployment and frustration, yet the government prioritizes Formula One. Regardless of what the government does, there's going to be, backlash from every decision.
Did you hear what
Let's look at the last tweet before we dive right into the conversation. Damon says, instead of investing in how to bring stability and security into the country, their leaders are thinking of Grand Prix. How many good roads does this old Nigeria have for them to plan on building racetrack for Formula One cars?
So I mean, this last comment here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'll explain. Do you know how much to take? And not just ordinary roads. First and foremost, look at the Formula One vehicle. The distance from the car and the road sometimes is almost like less than maybe for about 3 or 4 inches away, right? Because of some other technicalities, air drag, and so they make those vehicles specifically to limit the amount of air drag. Meaning to say those roads have to be very, very smooth. The amount of money and construction power that will go into it, the detail, if you put all that amount of funds into our highway roads, I bet you will drive with your eyes closed. However, again, let's look at the business part of it. Let's not react with our emotions saying, oh, okay, insecurity is here, this one, that issue, that issue. Let's look at the business part of it. I like the fact that someone said there that, look, Nigerians are hungry and we've not dealt with
the
that
hardship and all that.
and we're dealing with some angle. My question is, the way it is, even if you bring food to every Nigerian home, this is your food, yes, morning, afternoon, night, Nigerians being who we are, they'll find a way to make business out of that food, give to them and still cry foul. So you see now, you cannot please Nigerians 100%. However, some entertainment could be good to reduce our blood pressure. So maybe welcome or not, let's see how it goes.
Let's move on to our story number 2 on the social listening segment, which is a disturbing story. Popular Nigerian DJ Rachel Martins, known online as DJ Dimple, has gone viral for a video detailing her experience at a Philippine airport. In the clip, which had millions of views, she and a friend claimed that they were detained and assaulted by airport officials. They were strip searched, slapped, and treated inhumanly before eventually being released and allowed to board the flight back to Nigeria. The Dimpo has called for government actions and justice to investigate and hold those involved accountable. You talked about a bit of the story in the first story we were discussing.
So again, first and foremost, no one deserves to be treated inhumanely, let's be honest. And having said so, I would say sometimes be rest assured you are dressed the way you are dressed.
You think it's about dress?
No, don't think about the context. I'm not saying because of her dress code. Now that's a normal line people use when it comes
from the story, when we read the story in details, we saw that she had a gig in Philippines and she was supposed to be there with her friend.
I will come
and
there.
then all of a sudden, when she got there, they started asking her for passports and other documents.
I will get there.
She presented.
Fine. Now, when I say how you're dressed, not necessarily how you're dressed per se. So that's don't take me out of context. What I mean to say is, you see, we are very quick to judge the aftermath of the story. I always look at the backstory. That's how I do things. I always tell myself, every reaction, right, comes from an action. As much as it is so appalling to see that Nigerians are not treated fairly outside this country, no one has the right to begin to beat someone who hasn't committed any offense.
But from this story, she said we've had scenarios.
People who are badly behaved around the world. However, I don't know if she was badly behaved before that happened, but no same person will come and start harassing you if you haven't given them reason to. But having said so, what is the aftermath on Nigeria's economy? What does this mean for Nigerians who are either living a quiet life or who are, sticking with rules and regulations when they travel abroad? Those in diaspora, this is what it means. It means that the more we keep being in the news for negative stories, the more we're demarketing Nigeria. We're not seeing that part. And our chief marketer of the country, right, our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right, needs to understand that it starts with him. Also,
in this regard, what step do you think the government can take to prevent this? Because this is not the first time it's happening.
I'll tell you, these questions are questions we will ask people like Abike Dabiri or people like that.
But your opinion matters, regardless.
I mean, we're talking about this together as broadcasters as we are, that we are. So the truth of the matter is this, right? Whatever we say, we're assuming that we answer the questions that those at home want to ask. So let us put ourselves in their shoes, which is Nigerians. When we are doing very well, Nigerians are doing very well abroad. When Nigerians do very well and they've earned a great mark, why is it that even we Nigerians will not celebrate them? We always want to pick out the bad news. And the question is this: if we don't market our country well, if we don't tell our narratives, that's what I'm going to. We don't tell our narratives properly, who will? Let me tell you, do you know there are more killings in the United States and more homeless people in the United States than there is in Nigeria? But do you see them pushing that narrative? No. You only find that out when you were there in America. I can tell you, I've seen it. So my question is that, right, how do we turn around this issue for our own good? if I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs or whatever it is, or I'm the shoes of those who are in charge of diaspora matters for Nigeria, if I was in their shoes, what I would first and foremost do is I must create consistent look and feel that will make Nigeria be better in the eyes of the world. Yes, we have our problems. Insecurity. Which countries have insecurity? Yes, we have our problems. Corruption. Which countries have corruption? Is it those who think they are the police of the world that don't have corruption? What am I talking about? Nigeria is far more better than most countries. I can list out Syria right now. What about Libya? Those countries are war-torn. Matter of fact, Libya is now a home for...
But we can't play down on someone being harassed because...
I'm coming somewhere with that now. I'm coming somewhere with that now. What I'm trying to say is that every country has its own challenges. So, even if you're going through a lot, have in mind that once you leave the shores of your nation, you are at the mercy of those you are going to their country. So you must play it fairly. And if you're not treated properly at the end of the day, find a way and make sure that you document it so you can show Nigerians everything.
But she actually did a video. Let's quickly see some tweets making rounds on social media. Crypto King says other countries treat us anyhow because they know we have weak people in government.
There you go.
If our government don't care about the people in the country, how would they care for those abroad?
That's my point.
Yes. Another one here says Nigerians promoted their bad names of trafficking humans,
there we go,
drugs and fraud, and want other countries to treat them like kings when they arrive. No, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, we have another reaction on Twitter from SA1 Shiku. He says, this is terrible. Nigerians are not treated respectfully outside their home country. Even in their home country, they are not respected to be treated in such a manner. God help us. Regardless, I feel she wasn't supposed to go through all that because from the story we read, you said before anything happens, there's always a backstory. But from the story we read on social media, there was nothing like her being aggressive, being disrespectful.
I want to say this, and it's good that we say it. No normal person will hire someone who will go out of his way to harass you upon questioning. No. That's why I always tell people, look, if you travel abroad and you go to a country, have in mind that you are already a point of victim. Look, they've stereotyped us already, right? When you see a Nigerian, those who don't know about Nigeria, the great place, great country that we have, and great places to visit Nigeria, and great people who are actually Nigeria, and those who represent Nigerians, there's some great people in Nigeria. Those foreigners who don't really know about this in detail, they are used to, is that a Nigerian? The first thing is that we are guilty before you are proven not. And so my question now is, having in mind that this is the narrative they have, how do you change that narrative? You must approach it in a manner that will put you on a leadership scale that somebody will respect you. I'll give you a good example. I traveled to a certain country some time ago, all right? And when I was at the airport for whoever's going to pick me up to come and pick me up and take me to the hotel, I was going to speak at an event. The driver drove in, the driver came, and he was all dressed in suit. Guess what? When they asked who's going to pick, they said, that's the gentleman who's going to pick. I was also dressed in suit too. The man who was the security person was talking to someone, another different Nigerian, who was just in traditional clothing. You know what? They respected that guy with proper traditional clothing than me who wore a suit. And so when the guy asked me, can I see I showed him this, that. I said, okay, that's my driver come to pick me up. It was until they told him, no, I was coming for an event. But you know what? The negative thing that he brought towards me, I was aware it would happen. And guess what? I kept on turning that negative thing to positive energy. Even when I felt angry with the way he spoke to me, I was still mellow. So he saw no reason to now, right, get at me. And I said, at the end of the day, thank you, sir. You can go where you're going to. So it is already in their notion to feel Nigerians, right, could either be maybe fraudster or this. Meanwhile, it's just one tiny percent out of, if not 1/10 of a 1% over the whole lot of Nigerians who are doing very good. Again, like they say, in every 12 there's a Judas. Every country has one challenge or the other. However, when you are approached by these people, they expect you to react in a certain way that you have no idea. Probably you react to your emotions. And so if you react to your emotions, you give them a reason already. Listen to police officers. If you're driving down the street of any nation, especially in America, the police stops you. The first thing they will ask you is, license and registration, sir? Now, if you are too overzealous saying, why should I give it to you, girl supervisor? The man becomes on edge.
But in this case, nothing of such happened anyway.
Now, I only use that as an example. Where I'm heading to is that have in mind when you're traveling outside, they have this notion about Nigerians already. It is not left for you to change it with the way you react. Let me tell you, nobody, like I told, nobody will come and push and slap you without you giving them a reason to. Even if she didn't give them a reason to, the slightest alteration will give them reason to have acted that way. And guess what? It only spirals out of control. However, no one has the right to lay a finger on somebody, especially when the person has been proven what? Guilty. So that's for
what
that.
What happened to DJ Dimpo is a serious violation of human rights, and if left on
says who?
From the story we've read,
says who?
Valentine.
Says who?
From the story we've read, it's a violation of human rights.
I am standing
because from
on
the
story,
fence. From the you're standing on the fence. Yes. But me, I'm just saying based on from the story we've read and what we've seen. From the story, when you read the story in details, and this is not the first time it's happening. Definitely, it has happened over the years recently.
I've been harassed before.
Okay.
In a foreign country. And guess what? I knew it was going to happen. And as soon as it started, I was quiet all through. I was boiling, but I was quiet all through.
And asked to go back to your country?
Why?
But in this case, she was asked to go back to her country without achieving the purpose. After spending money, putting effort into it, she was asked to go back without achieving what she came there to do.
So, like I said, I will not put my emotions first in this matter. I want to hear the story before that. But again, like I said, no one has the right to treat anybody badly unless you've been given the reason to. How does that impact Nigeria as a nation now is what I'm more important. Well, what I want to find out. We need to market our country very well so they'll respect us outside there. Having said so, DJ Dimple, we hope that you probably will feel better. And we're hoping that those out there who probably go out for concerts and events understand that once step into another man's country, there is a reason for them to look at you the other way. Prove to them that you are awesome by holding your emotions. Again, sorry about that. And we hope that Nigerians have learned a lesson. At the same time, we need to treat it better. How can that happen? Treat ourselves even better. So they will see and say, oh, wow. Because if someone comes to your house, like I always say on this show, and he sees you cleaning your shoe with your own clothes, if he comes in there, what's he going to do is to clean the shoe? Use your clothes, isn't it so? So let us treat ourselves great in our country so people will respect us out there.
Thank you so much, Valentine. And this is it for today on the Social Listening segment.
Right.
Well, we're back again next time with more stories make it trend on social media.
Glory.
My name is Glory Brown, and with me, as always, is
Onyeka Valentine. What an interesting one today.
Yeah, that was interesting. Thank you so much. Stay tuned and keep watching the bdtv.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wozu's commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us. Now let's see what's making headlines. Naira projected to reach 1,400 Naira per dollar in second half of the year. NGS equity transaction surged 61% in first half of the year amid renewed investor confidence. CBN holds rate third straight time on cooling inflation. Stocks rally by 0.08% as investors earned for dividend. 11 banks cross 5% bad debt threshold as lenders reclassify risk assets. Nigeria becomes net importer of U.S. crude for first time amid Dangote refinery demand. Now let's begin with a report in Nigeria where the naira could strengthen to 1,400 naira per dollar in the coming month, according to a fresh projection by investment firm Commercial Partners. As of Wednesday, the naira traded at 1,535.61 naira in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, marking a slight depreciation of 38 kobo from the previous day's rate. This optimistic outlook is driven by the potential issuance of Nigerians' 2025 Eurobond, expected to help fund the budget deficit. Commercial Partners noted that previous Eurobond issuance, including one in December 2024, contributed a stronger naira due to improved investor confidence. Presenting the firm's H2 2025 economic outlook, Ifeanyi Mba, head of investment research, highlighted key factors such as ongoing reforms, higher oil prices, and a weaker U.S. dollars are supportive of further appreciation. He emphasized that the forecast relies on a blend of favorable conditions. The outlook includes three scenarios: a best-case appreciation to 1,400 naira, a best-case range of 1,500 to 1,600 naira, and a worst-case scenario where the naira weakens past 1,700 naira. At the event, SEC DG and Momotimi Agama reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to fostering innovation through effective regulation, particularly in fintech, blockchain, and quantum technologies. Moving on, total equity trading on the Nigerian exchange soared to 4.19 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, marking a 61% increase from 2.60 trillion naira during the same period in 2024, according to the NGS June 30th transactions summary. Monthly breakdowns shows sustained activity across the first quarter, with 607.05 billion naira traded in January and 509.47 billion naira in February as investors capitalized on improving macroeconomic conditions and market momentum. The uptick reflects strengthened confidence driven by clearer policy signals and robust corporate earnings, which have buoyed participation from both retail and institutional segments. NGS Group highlighted the trend as evidence of growing investor trust in the Nigeria capital market, underscoring its driving deeper financial market interrogation and sustainable economic growth. In other news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has maintained the monetary policy rate at 27.5% for the third consecutive time, reflecting a cautious approach as inflation shows signs of sustained moderation. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso announced the decision on Tuesday at the conclusion of the two-day Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja. All 12 MPC members voted unanimously to hold the key rate, retain the asymmetric corridor at basic point, keep the cash reverse ratio at 50% for deposit money bank and 60% for merchant bank, and maintain the liquidity ratio at 30%. Cardoso stated that the decision was aimed at consolidating the recent disinflation trend and managing underlying price pressures. Nigeria's headline inflation fell to 22.22% in June from 22.97% in May, largely driven by low energy costs and improved exchange rate stability. However, month-on-month inflation ticked up to 1.68%, with food and core inflation rising due to elevated costs in services, housing, and communications. Cardoso reiterated the CBN's commitment to long-term price stability, noting potential risk from global trade tensions and geopolitical instability. He also expressed confidence in the banking sector, supported by strong financial indicators and ongoing recapitalization efforts. Still on, Nigerian equities market extended its positive performance on Wednesday, advancing by 0.08% and marking its third consecutive day of gains this week, despite early profit taking. The Nigerian exchange closed in the green as investors' sentiment remained upbeat. The rally was driven by strategic positioning in stock ahead of interim dividend declarations and the ongoing half-year earnings season. Notably, Academy Press surged by 10%, rising from 7.0 to 7.70, following investors' interest ahead of its proposed dividend, and bonus tip again gained to 9.98%, while Ikeja Hotel rose to 9.95%, reflecting bullish sentiment in select equities. Investors' appetite was further supported by post-NBC optimism, foreign exchange reforms, declining fixed income yields, and anticipation around bank recapitalization. At the closing of trading, the NGX All Shares Index rose to 132,507.43 points, while market capitalization increased to 83.856 trillion naira. A total of 681.2 million shares valued at 17.0 billion naira were traded across 26,931 deals, with active stock including Access Holding, Royal Exchange, and Universal Insurance. According to analysts at Vetiva Research, momentum is concentrated in a few large cap names, raising likelihood of short-term fatigue. The advised possibly rotation into underperforming sector such as insurance or mid-cap stock to sustain market balance. Next, on the business news, at least 11 commercial banks in Nigeria exceeded the Central Bank of Nigeria's 5% regulatory limit for non-performing loans in April 2025, following industry-wide loan reclassification during the annual risk assessment exercise. This was revealed by Mustafa Akimui, a member of the Monetary Policy Committee, in his personal statement after MPC's 300th meeting in May. The industry NPL ratio rose to 5.62%, breaching the prudential benchmark. This marked a significant jump from the previous year, when only 6 banks were in breach. Akinwumi clarified that the increase reflects more accurate credit risk classification, not a fundamental deterioration in asset equity. He added that the CBN may introduce temporary forbearance measures for sectors like oil and gas, which are more vulnerable to global shocks. Despite sustained monetary tightening, including a steady 27.5% monetary policy rate since November 2024, the banking sector remains stable. The CBN's Deputy Governor for Economic Policy emphasized that the spike in NPLs system from technical reclassification is not only declining loan quality. The sector shows resilience with improved financial indicators. Capital adequacy ratio rose from 10.81% to 15.55%, liquidity ratio reached 55.4%, and total banking assets grew by 30.83 trillion naira, driven by ongoing bank recapitalization efforts. To end the business news, for the first time, Nigeria imported more crude oil from the United States than it exported, signaling a historic reversal in trade between the two countries, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. These shifts occurred in February and March 2025, driven by reduced U.S. demand on the East Coast and evolving dynamics within Nigerian refinery sector. The change is largely attributed to rising domestic demand from the Dangote refinery, which began operations in January 2024, located near Lagos. The facility is the world's largest single-train refinery and is expected to reach its full capacity of 650,000 barrels per day by year-end, significantly reducing Nigeria's reliance on important refined fuels. During the period, U.S. crude exports to Nigeria rose to 111.0 barrels per day in February and 169,000 barrels per day in March, while imports from Nigeria dropped to 54,000 barrels per day and 72,000 barrels per day respectively. U.S. refinery maintenance and unplanned outages at Dangote also contributed to this trend. At the West African Refined Fuel Conference, Dangote Group CEO Aliko Dangote confirmed monthly purchase of 9 to 10 million barrels from the U.S. and other markets. He criticized the inefficiencies in Africa's energy value chain and called for greater investment in domestic refining, improved fuel equality, and regional self-reliance. And that is where we wrap it up on the Business News Hour for today. Thank you for staying informed with us. I'm Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching bdtv.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we explore, survey, listen to, and capture.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Then another thing that should be done is you need to educate people on how to sell travel, sell tourism, and how to protect the culture. Now, Nigeria is rich with a lot of things. We have music, we have dance, we have food, we have fashion, adire, ashoke. We have a lot of these things. But the problem is that we do not project them the way they should be projected. So if we are able to understand what we have as a country, then we're able to sell those tourism assets. Another thing that needs to be done is that government needs to be involved. Now, tourism is not just for the private sector. It is a PPP partnership. So it's private sector and it is also the public sector. The government needs to be involved in whatever we're doing in tourism. How? We need to understand that to earn tourism dollars, we need to create and maintain infrastructure. One thing that is lacking in Nigeria is that our infrastructure is very poor. Hotels do not have proper maintenance. We don't have good roads that lead to some of these tourist sites. People don't understand the value of what they have. And so they cannot put a bet on it, or they cannot think on how to earn from it. So government and the private sector need to work together to make sure that our tourism assets are sold the way they should be. Another thing is that value should be placed on what we have. We all travel abroad to different countries. Why are we going there? We're actually going to see what they are selling, to see what they have, to imbibe in their culture, to experience the locals. We're not going there to see the beaches. We have beaches here. Any beach in Nigeria is the same beach in Egypt. So it's not the beach we're going for. We're going there for the culture. We're going there to mix with the people. We're going there to understand what makes them tick. Why Paris? What is so special about Paris? So we need to be able to sell Nigeria. Why Nigeria? What does Nigeria have? So if we, as the locals, all of us here, the locals, can sell our country virtually, on social media, with what we wear, with our food. Jollof rice is popular all over the world. Anybody that comes to Nigeria likes Nigerian food. So what are the tourism assets that we have? And how can we enhance them and make people come to Nigeria because of those assets?
Thank you. That was really brilliant. And I'm just going to piggyback on that, where I'm going to ask Mr. Sharifa Ola Rewaju Balogun, how does Glossier Hospitality integrate cultural heritage into guest experience at Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort while maintaining modern hospitality standards?
Thank you. So first, my name is Sharafa, not Sharifa. Okay, so just to point out, and I want to explain or make people understand the background of Glossens Hospitality and Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort. So Glossens Hospitality is the brand behind the transformation efforts taking place at Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort. And Glossens Hospitality is the hospitality arm of Cavista Holdings with interest in agriculture with Agbeyawa Farms, the biggest cassava farm in Nigeria. Payzip is a fintech company. Cavista Tech is the highest employer of software engineers in Nigeria. And Glossens Hospitality, which I lead. Now, at Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, we fuse the history of Ekiti State. You talked about, my fellow panelists talked about understanding our culture and history. A lot of us here, some of us are Yorubas, some of us are from Akwa Ibom. I have passion for Akwa Ibom. Some don't even know in Ife, there's an Oramian staff with history. We don't know this. There are blue lakes in Nigeria. Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort specifically has the only warm and cold water spring in Nigeria. Most of us don't know this. Warm and cold water spring flowing side by side, still maintaining their thermal properties. We don't know this. So we fuse the culture of Ekiti through cuisines, through the history, and while we also maintain international best practice, we curate tours, for the heritage landmarks in Ekiti State. You have Arita Waterfall. Arita, very interestingly, is a 7-layer waterfall. When people go to these places, they are marveled that we have places like this in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that is just 2 assets. We have 100 of them now. That is a major asset to this country. Mr. Carr was talking about building our own, and we need to be intentional about building and encouraging and promoting, right, the heritage culture of Nigeria. We have a lot of history in this country, history that we don't appreciate. We prefer to project a Western culture over ours. We promote the cuisines of Ekiti State and Nigeria, not just Ekiti. So that we ensure that safety, is important, best room accommodation is important, and best international practice fused with our local culture is how we fuse this together. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do apologize for not pronouncing your name correctly. Thanks. They said the world is a small place, and it's really interesting. We have 2 people joining in, one all the way from United States and one from Ghana, unless they are not. Okay, unless they are not there. However, we would move to our NANTA president. The question is, the role of travel agency in promoting cultural tourism. How is NANTA currently supporting sustainable tourism initiatives? And what more can travel agencies do to promote authentic cultural experiences without accommodating culture?
Okay, thank you. So the first thing I'll do, like every other person has done, is to say thank you to BusinessDay. Yeah. So I tend to agree with Stella and Carl and with many Nigerians that if there is any product that will give Nigeria a second chance, it will be tourism. And we cannot achieve tourism without love for country. We do not sell Nigeria. We don't sell Nigeria. We only sell our flaws. And like Stella said, we need to rebrand the perception about Nigeria. So what do we do in NANTA? We have 2 keywords, cultural tourism and sustainability. So NANTA is the National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies, and I am the president. We are 3,500 members. The first thing that we do is that we emphasize responsible practices. And in any sector that you are in, you need responsible practices to ensure sustainability. So we do that. That's number 1. Number 2, I haven't heard that today. We engage with government, right? And we praise government. Whenever we have a government that is doing something good, because they are human beings like us, and I'm in leadership myself, we must praise them. I believe that this government is serious about tourism, because I am aware that, and I haven't heard that today, I am aware that there is a national tourism policy coming on board. So what do we do in NANTA? The national tourism policy sets up the structure. So what do we do in NANTA? And also in NATOP. My colleague in NATOP is here. We are supporting government by giving government feedback, so that that draft will now metamorphose into a document that will set the structure. Thirdly, what do we do in NANTA? we have NANTA members here. In the last 3-4 years, since 2022, NANTA has been spearheading and promoting accurate narratives about Nigeria. And how did we do that? With our small monies and members, we went back, we took Nigeria back to the WTM stage in 2022. I've seen a few members, that supported us doing that. We went in 2022, 2023, and 2024. We didn't only go, we also went with a publication called Nigeria by Nanta. And in this publication, we promote all the cultural assets of Nigeria. And the biggest asset that we have in Nigeria is what? The biggest asset that we have in Nigeria is our people. And why is it our people? We have made allusions to the things that make Nigeria strong and Nigerians strong. I think that, the best thing about the Nigerian is that we are greater than our trials. And we should keep it that way. We got to WTM in a very small booth in a corner. And I recall some Nigerians were working with WTM then. And I was speaking pidgin English because we are promoting whatever now. Nigeria come with small booth. Then the other one said, no worry, no worry. By the time we finish here, you will not see Nigeria and Nigeria. We went with food, snacks, Kokoro, Gurudi, I don't know the English names. We are promoting heritage here. And we went with our drinks, Zobo. By the time we finished in the first year, WTM ended at the Nigerian corner. Our music turned the whole place round. Before the arrangement started, WTM had gotten in touch with us, to ask if we were coming the second year, and then the third year. And by the fourth year, in 2024, we were happy that together with some of our sister associations, that the Nigerian government came on board and took over from us. So that's another thing we do. Secondly, we build Africa-focused partnerships because we are pan-Nigeria, like I just said, and we are pan-Africa, and we believe in Africa for Africa. One unfortunate thing that we've stopped doing in Africa is that we've stopped building communities. And that's what we understand, and that's what we know how to do in Nigeria, in Africa. So we take our members every year to an African country under the ITTC conference, International Travel and Tourism Conference. We go there, we go into trainings, we certify our members on knowledge of that destination, and at the same time demand for return tourism to Nigeria. So we've done that. We've done that in South Africa. We did that twice in South Africa. We've done that in Gambia, and we are going to set other destinations to go in. The third thing that we do is that we deliberately go into partnerships with African tourism boards. And the same thing that we say is that we will sell you as a product to Nigerians, you sell us as a product to your countries. Right? And I'm going to make a challenge to Stella here, Your country closed the door on us, You would open it back. You know why? You know why? I'm never panicked. I've been all over the world. I'm never panicked when people shut the door on Nigeria. Because Nigeria is a spice to the world. And we will open that door back. We will open back the door. So we go into those partnerships. I will stop here so that I don't release all my arsenal because I know that more questions will come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Please write down your questions, and if there's time, we'll take 3 questions from the audience. Without your questions, it's almost like it's incomplete. But I'm also going to piggyback on the word you said, which is Pan-Africa. It is really important. And that now leads us to the question from Rapofanzo Dunira. The question is, if you could shape a joint Pan-Africa initiative between Zimbabwe and Nigeria to market African heritage globally, what would that look like? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. You are not me? I can proceed. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and to be representing my country, Zimbabwe, on this platform. I really appreciate the fact that Nigeria is a country that is rich in culture and heritage, and Zimbabwe as well is rich in culture and heritage. And there is so much that we can learn from each other. And going forward, what I would propose would be a cultural exchange program between Zimbabwe and Nigeria. We can have a joint cultural festivals, art exhibitions. Nigeria is a country that is doing well in terms of carnivals, the street parties and festivals. And we can facilitate artist exchange programs to support skill sharing between Zimbabwe and Nigeria. We can also have cultural film festivals, which may offer a platform for collaboration between Zimbabwe and Nigeria. So this is what I would propose, looking at what Nigeria is really good at, what is so rich in terms of culture in Nigeria. So this would be my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We see you working long term because recently, about 3 months ago, thereabout, when Nanta went to Gambia, and it was such a very liberating experience where Nigerians were experiencing Gambia, and that would be a good one if Nigeria experienced Zimbabwe. I'm sure a lot of us have been to Zimbabwe, and it's a beautiful country. Over to
So
you.
is that a challenge? Is that a challenge to Nanta?
You never know. We're Nigerians now, we're resilient. Bring it on.
We'll go to Zimbabwe.
We will. Okay. Adodoyin Fabicon, this question is for you. How can technology or modern design be harmonized with heritage conservation to make cultural sites more appealing to today's tourists while still preserving authenticity?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Adedoyin Fabikun, CEO for Vertaline Synergy Limited. Vertaline Synergy Limited is a one-stop solutions company that focuses on African-owned and African-based businesses in the hospitality, tourism, and service industry. Now, there's a myth that because of the rise of tech, there's a diminishing in history. And I don't believe that. I see, especially in recent times, a synergy between tech and the promotion of our culture and our history through various things. And I can also see beyond, websites coming up, promotion through cross-country collaborations and other things. I see a rise in virtual reality where people are literally wearing headsets and watching. I think that exists currently in a museum in Abuja, and we're seeing that where people are sitting down watching the history as it plays out on virtual reality. We also have augmented reality that also allows for people to be able to walk through, various sites just in one place. So I believe that tech is the sister that promotion of culture and tourism actually needs that we don't know. And I believe that what tech does is to amplify, is to enhance what we already have and not in any way try to diminish it. So yes, as the hospitality, tourism, and service industry continues to grow, I believe that tech needs to gum with us as we're trying to promote what we're promoting, because there's absolutely no way that we can promote Africa without embracing tech. Thank you very much.
Nicely said. in one of all this telecommunication, there's the slogan which says data is life. And you can't do tech without data. And that now leads us to Mr. Emmanuel Frempong. Oh, okay.
Hi.
Okay. Mr. Emmanuel Frempong, where... Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Based on your research, because your company deals a lot with researches and data, and also your government body with technology. Where does Nigeria stand in using cultural tourism to promote wealth at the community level, and what critical gaps must be closed?
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, cherished viewers and listeners all over the world. And let me also use this to thank the organizers of this important engagement that we have all added tourism area and how we can build people capacities, culture. So, Nigeria, I always say that any country that ignores Nigeria does that because Nigeria has the numbers, Nigerians are oriented, but when it comes to terms of the defense, Nigeria over 250 ethnic groups, diverse festivals, that Nigeria can live. At the moment, you have great indicators. There's a feedback. I'm not about that. There's a feedback. Hello?
Thank you.
Okay, while they're working on it, the other thing that we do in terms of so they can use cultural tourism, develop community, is about engagement. And I think earlier speakers talk about that. Cultures, the culture of area, you look at our art, you look at our history, is made based, but unfortunately, we don't have storytellers now. We move away from activities in our urban areas. We are grabbing that Nigeria. What I mean is that Nigerians are unique, just like any African that we see anywhere. And unfortunately, because we are looking at the community, we have come into this and we are in that culture, whether we are getting social media outside Nigeria, bring this our neighborhood that gradually in our culture. And then the authenticity of the Nigerian culture is missing out. So I think we want to promote our tourism. We need to look at how we sustain our needs in terms of preserving Nigerian and community. The other thing that we never approach is use
Mr. Emmanuel, thank you very much. Thank you. We could... Winu, as a professional tour operator, what are the key cultural attractions your clients often look out for as part of their itinerary? give some fellow tourists expo, as they would say.
Okay, so when we sell tour packages, we try to understand the customer. We listen to them, we try to understand what they want. We look at their age and give them packages or activities that relate to them. So for instance, you can't tell a 70-year-old person to go and do desert safari in Dubai. First of all, they have to be racing, they will tell you they have back pain, high blood pressure. So our activities always have to be age specific and has to be what a customer wants. Someone that doesn't walk or doesn't jog or doesn't run cannot go hiking. So it's first important to understand your customer. Now we have different kind of clientele that come to Nigeria. We have the Nigerian diaspora, Nigerians that live in diaspora, the ones that are looking for history, they want to understand their heritage, where they're from. So we create tour packages around things like that. We take them to the Badagry route, so they do the slave trade, they see where they took Nigerians from many years ago. We also take them to do some cultural activities like Nikkei Art Gallery, where they do a tie and dye experience. We could also have some cooking class where they eat Nigerian food, all the food they've been hearing from Nigeria that their aunties and grannies have been cooking for them, let them actually learn how it's made. Then we also have the international market, the people that want to come to Nigeria because they've heard so much about Nigeria. Those people are usually coming for our, they are coming for our music, Afrobeats, as you said. Afrobeats is worldwide, the Davidos and co. Fela. So we take them to Fela Shrine. We also take them to the Fela Museum. Then they also want to understand the history of Nigeria. We can take them to National Museum. They want to experience the Nigerian vibe. We can take them to a beach lounge, a beach club, you know, just to see some music, some dance, and then some cultural entertainment, drumming, dancing, music. So there's actually so much that we can sell in Nigeria as long as we can harness them and package them together. Then we also have schools. When we're all, I'm sure most of us, when we were in primary and secondary school, we had school excursions. These excursions used to take us to places like maybe National Museum, to take us to National Theatre to watch a play. We have TerraCulture doing that now. Different plays happen, yes, in TerraCulture. Sometimes you can even go for a movie screening where you see a Nigerian movie that is steeped and dipped in culture. So those are some of the things that we can sell to people that come to Nigeria and even sell to us in Nigeria. We can do weekend packages, staycation packages, stay in Lagos Continental Hotel. While you are there, do some tour activities around the place. So there's so much that we can sell. But as he said, and as everyone has always said, we need to control the narrative. All these countries that we go to, they are villages. Zanzibar, sorry, everybody from Zanzibar is a village. It's like Abeokuta. Same with Bali. They're like villages. But these people are selling something to us that makes us to keep coming back. So that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. You said something which is really, really profound. There are some places you go to and you look at like, say, I pay this ticket money, come here. Come even pay for hotel, come here. I don't understand. And really, there are also some places where you go and it's just, you know, tick off the bucket list. You would not repeat that destination. Yeah. Thank you for that insight. Ladies first, before the gentlemen. Bertillion Synergy Limited has been at the forefront of innovative tourism solutions. From your experience, how can businesses sustainably develop tourism infrastructure without eroding cultural heritage?
Thank you again for the question. I'm going to answer in threefold, and I'm going to start by saying the very essence of Bertillion Synergy is to focus on African-owned and African-based businesses in this sector. And so by that, we are saying, even if you're not trying to set up in Nigeria, because of whatever reasons, you're going to the diaspora, let us export this culture for you. Let us set up a nice art hotel that fits in New York, that carries the best art in Nigerian artists, for instance. Let's open a place that is selling local ofada in India, places like that. So that is what we are that is what we focus on at Vertiline Synergy Limited. But most importantly, for businesses to be able to maintain this infrastructure, I think like Ms. Wanu said earlier, there is a need to go deep, in depth. And because I'm an academia, I don't believe that there's anything you can solve on the surface. You have to go deep into the roots. And so if we're going deep into the roots, we're going to communities, we're going to information, we're going to education, we're going to knowledge, we're going to educating these people as to why this cultural site, why this historical.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast. Send off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smart choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Beto with the
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I can look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress, there's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players of the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Nigeria plans fresh $347 million loans for Lagos-Calabar Highway. Lagos rolls out 500 billion naira program to bolster food security. Expert calls for policy reform to boost Nigerians' tourism. We stand by our tariff order, Enugu tells Gencos. White House pushes back after report Trump is named in Epstein files. Liverpool signs Hugo Ekitike in €19 million record deal. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has asked Parliament to approve $347 million in foreign loans for its 2025 to 2026 borrowing plan to plug financial shortfalls. Tinubu, in a letter to the National Assembly, which was read by Tanjudi Abbas, Speaker of the House of Representatives during the plenary, says the loan is necessary due to a rise in the funding needs for the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. The coastal road, whose cost was initially estimated at $700 million, has increased by $47 million to $747 million. According to the president, the lead arranger for financing only had financing commitment of up to $700 million from lenders when the borrowing plan was transmitted to National Assembly. Moving on, the Lagos State has launched a food program worth 500 billion naira targeted at bolstering food security and cutting down food imports. The program, named Produce for Lagos, was launched by the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food System on Wednesday, 23rd of July 2025. Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems, Abisola Olusanya, described the program as a history-shaping invention to rewire Nigeria's food chain, reconnecting rural abundance with urban demand, and rewarding those who farm, trade, transport, and nourish the nation. According to Lagos State, the Produce for Lagos program has been in the picture since 2019, when Governor Babajide assumed office. Still on, experts have called for policy reforms for tourism more inclusive, resilient, and profitable to the economy. The expert made this call at the second edition of the Business Day Annual Tourism Conference, themed Building Inclusive Tourism Models for Nigeria's Growth, on the 24th July 2025. In attendance were dignitaries like Stella Fubaru, Managing Director of Del York Development Company, who was the keynote speaker, William Kazila, Managing Director of Amber Hospitality Services Limited, Sabitu Olayinka Folami, President, National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies, among others. With the theme, the conference aimed at bringing to limelight new venture policy reform while tackling critical gaps to make tourism more inclusive, resilient, and profitable for everyone and the economy. To end the local news, the Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission has clarified that its recent order that led to a reduction of electricity tariff for Band A from 29 naira per kilowatt to 160 naira kilowatt did not tamper with the prevailing cost of power generation in the country in any way. The Commission maintained that based on main power cost, there was no justification to keep the price of electricity for Band A at 209 naira per kilowatt in the state. The RRC made the clarification following concerns raised by some section of the power sector stakeholders, including the generation companies, to the new tariff order that was issued by the Commission to Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited. The Commission added that it remained focused on developing a sub-national electricity market that is transparent, accountable, reliable, and sustainable, and will review utility costs of service to achieve its mandate to the people of Enugu State. Now, onto the foreign scene. The White House has pushed back after reports that U.S. President Trump was told in May that he was among hundreds of names mentioned in Justice Department document relating to late convicted pedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. Reports revealed that the president was informed of the fact by Attorney General Pam Bondi during a routine briefing, noting that appearing in the document was not a sign of any wrongdoing by Trump. Responding to the development, a White House spokesman called it a fake news story which must be seriously ignored. The Trump administration has been under mounting pressure to disclose more information about Epstein, with whom Trump was friendly before they fell out in 2024. To end the news, Liverpool have completed the record signing of French striker Hugo Ekitike from Eintracht Frankfurt in deal worth €90 million, including odds-on, tying the 23-year-old to a 6-year contract. The Reds reportedly prioritized attacking reinforcement this summer, and uncertainty over Darwin Núñez's future and the tragic death of Diogo Jota, securing one of Europeans' most exciting young forwards. Ekitike arrived at Frankfurt in January 2024 from PSG for just €16.5 million, growing into the club's attacking talisman. The 23-year-old, however, registered 22 goals and 12 assists in 48 appearances last season, drawing attention from top clubs across Europe. That's where we'll wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day TV News at noon. I'm Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, good afternoon. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, no problem.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Yes, I have a presentation.
I also have a presentation. Short and
So it
simple.
seems we all have presentations.
Yes, actually. Everyone has presentation.
I have to join them. Even though I don't have now, I'm gonna look for one. Okay, thank you. But I don't even know the person that was talking. You know, introduce yourself. I'm just saying BusinessDay. Okay, nice to meet you, Phil. I'm sorry, if you can we also know the order of presentation? The order of presentation. Like who goes first, who goes next, who goes next. I can't hear you. Is it from my own end? I can't hear you.
I think it's probably our network.
Okay. Thank you. And hi Ade, hi Ngozi. Nice to
meet you. Hi Ngozi. Nice to meet you.
Same here. Nice to meet you both.
I think we're still missing one more person.
Yes, one more person. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And who could that be? Let's see.
This is Daisy.
Adeze,
Yes.
okay.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this month's edition of Business Day Millennial Hangout. I am Ethel Adono, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and today I'm very much excited to be your moderator for this insightful conversation. Today's topic is financial literacy, projecting and investing for financial freedom. Today's topic is one that hits close home for most of us because the truth is we might not have been opportune to really we might not have been opportune to have been taught about how to save wisely, invest, or even grow our incomes. So as usual, Business Day is bringing this conversation right straight to you and is free of charge. So thank you all for joining us today. And of course, I am not here to do this alone. I've got brilliant speakers with me here today, and it will be my utmost pleasure to introduce them to you all. So thank you all for joining us, and this conversation promises to be an insightful one. A seasoned content strategist and content writer. Thank you for joining us, Ngozi. If you can hear me, say hello to our listeners.
Hi everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to, engaging in meaningful conversations. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Joining us also is Tochukwu Ume, manager at Redwood Asset Management. Thank you for joining us, Tochukwu. Please say hello to our listeners.
Thank you for having me, and I would like to thank the listeners too for joining in, and I'm looking forward to a very meaningful and productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And lastly, we have Adeze Kingsley Anyango, Head Personal Banking Sector at Access Bank UK Limited. Thank you so much for joining us, Adeze. Please say hello to our listeners.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, hanging out with you, and I look forward to a productive session.
Thank you so much for being here today. Okay, moving on. I would like to give you a quick rundown of this section. So first off, we'll be taking a brief presentation from our speakers before we move straight to the Q&A section. So thank you for joining us. And of course, this is going to be an insightful one. So going forward, I would like to call on our first speaker, Adetayo Jinadu, to proceed with his presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ethel. I would just share my screen, just a second.
Okay. All right, so while we wait for Adetayo to share his screen, I would like to indulge us all. If you know a friend who needs to be here and is not here yet, please do well to share the meeting link with them, your family member, because this is an interesting topic. And of course, it's always a pleasure to discuss financial literacy because it's a topic that is very important in this our present day generation. So thank you for being here. Okay, I think his screen is up now.
Okay, thank you once again. So just a little brief. We've been given a little lesson and just been tasked to create little slides. For the most part, we're trying to make this presentation as short and simple as possible and straight to the point. The focus of the session is budgeting and investing for financial freedom. But to make sure we are able to cover enough topics in this little presentation, I am going to be focusing primarily on the investment aspect because budgeting, there's loads of tools online for you to access. If you're listening in, everyone pretty much has an idea of the 50-30-20 rule. There's a lot of resources as well available, but on the investment aspect of things, it's a lot more complicated, and people might find it difficult to understand. So we'll be going into that in this presentation. So first off, as a rule of thumb for us at ZCrest and ZCrest World, we always believe that examples are literally the best ways to learn. So first things first, we would be going through this approach by presenting scenarios. And one perfect scenario we always use is if you had 10 million naira, where would you put it? Where would you invest it? You just luckily received 10 million naira from an uncle, from a friend. What should you do with that? So to give you a little time to think about it, would you put it in a bank? Would you put it in a fixed deposit? Would you find a money doubling scheme to put that money in? We'll present a few scenarios as we go through these slides and probably learn a few things as to what you should do if you have any sort of money, whether it's 5,000 naira, 20,000 naira, 500k or 10 million that we have in this scenario. So example one, scenario one, you are promised 30% yield in 90 days. This is an option. It's a viable option for certain people. But of course, we'll go through what could happen if you choose any of the scenarios that I'm going to mention here. Scenario B, you choose to put it in a bank. You promise a yield of 3 to 4%. Of course, here you promise safety as well. Scenario C, you choose to put it and invest it or keep the money in a fintech, which promises you 17% annually. And scenario D, you choose to use a tech licensed asset manager who is yielding about 15 to 21% annually. So what happens? These are the four scenarios again. A, 30% in 90 days. B, a bank, which yield 3 to 4% annually. C, a fintech, which will be 17% annually. And D, a SEC license asset manager, which will be 15 to 21% annually. So what happens if you chose A? I am sorry to say, A, as we can see, is probably a pyramid scheme. If you are promised that you will get 30% in 90 days when the existing or current MPR rate is just about 27%, you should know that something is fishy. So first things first for lessons, when you're choosing to invest anywhere, you want to consider the risk and ensure that this interest rate or whatever rates they are giving you is actually possible. Understand what is being invested in, understand how they are calculating their rates, because most often than not, it's probably another Ponzi scheme, it's possibly another MMM, or as of recent, I can't remember the name of CBEX. So primarily, you want to ensure that you are choosing the right company to give your money to, or else you will end up like our brother here, who has to balance his Gary diet with some onions just to make sure that he can retain his sight. So B, choose to put it in a bank. Yes, you're guaranteed you're guaranteed trust. There's possibly nothing, the risk of anything happening to you. Your money is next to none. But of course, you would only yield a little amount of interest, or next to nothing in a year. And of course, there's the current bank charges that us Nigerians always tend to complain about. C, fintechs. Not to bog down any fintechs, probably one of the greatest things to happen to Nigerian financial services space. But a lot of the times, these fintechs scale without any regulatory bodies backing them or being protected by any sort of compliance laws. And most often than not, situations happen where you could wake up and, for example, they've shut down as a result of some regulatory headache or issue that they've had. And usually what happens is your money is gone and you have to find ways to find a way to get your money back. And lastly, you choose to invest in a SEC licensed fund manager. Like our famous actor here, what this means, you are guaranteed returns, you are guaranteed safety, you are guaranteed happiness. So, why we've used that as an example, I believe some of the lessons in there should point us into certain ways we should be thinking when it comes to making investment choices. For the most part, I made an assumption that most people on this call would be early stage to mid-level investors just starting to think about investing. So the assumption is that you'll be risk averse. So which is why the scenarios we've used in the presentation so far also touch in a certain point. What amount of risk are you willing to let go of? So essentially, we are presenting you with what would be the safest option with probably the highest level of yield or highest level of returns. And with that, we'll go into certain opportunities that people would consider. As you would say, when we're looking at risk averse asset classes, you're usually probably going to be looking at options that would guarantee your return for the most part, guarantee your capital for the most part, and also guarantee your return. And most likely we look at Euro bonds and FGN bonds. So these are pretty much of the same kind of asset classes, just debt notes issued by the government. Essentially, it's when Nigeria is choosing, to example, fund the existing road that they're doing from Lagos to Calabar. They may have issued a bond, which again, these are a bit mid-term to long-term asset classes. They're debt instruments that the government might issue to sort of raise money from countries, raise money from corporates, raise money from individuals. And again, because my assumption is that people on this call are new investors, to mid-level investors, you probably would not necessarily be choosing the Euro bond or FGN bond because the entry level is usually very high. You're looking at about 200 for Euro bonds at least because they are issued in a foreign currency, primarily dollars. You're looking at about $200,000 as entry level. However, there are situations where you can have $1,000 as the entry point. For the FGN bond, that's usually, again, it's also a large amount, 100 million naira, or about, I think that's usually the minimum amount, and it's usually targeted at HNIs and corporates. But for people on this call, again, like I said, I'm looking for more younger investors or millennials, like we said, people that are just thinking about investing. The options you possibly should be considering will be treasury bills, commercial papers, mutual funds, and fixed deposits. So for treasury bills, essentially sort of like FEM bonds and Euro bonds, but these are more short term. So you're looking at about 60, 90, 180, and 290 something days. Usually in about a year, you are able to get your money back. And why this particular asset class is favorable is because, like you said again, your capital is pretty much guaranteed because the government cannot necessarily disappear with your money. It's like choosing to lend your money to the Nigerian government. Nigeria cannot disappear in 2 days or tomorrow you wake up and Nigeria doesn't exist. It's highly unlikely, rather, I would say. So you're primarily guaranteed your return. For commercial papers, instead of it being the government now, you now have institutions and industrial companies, for example, like Dangote, Nigerian breweries, flour mills, or even tech companies as well. I think Piazza of recent literally just paid off the debts that they raised last year, I believe. So what happens with commercial papers is just a flip of treasury bills. This also is short term. So in a year, you are able to also get your money back. Mutual funds, most particularly money markets, is where I will focus on. You're guaranteed your capital, and you're also guaranteed a particular yield depending on the market situation. The yield possibly could change. It's usually a reflection of what the NPR rate is. And fixed deposits, which you can choose whether from the bank or from any other fund manager or investment company of your choice. So again, why have I chosen those 6 options? Just to reiterate the points, I'm choosing those based on the fact that we are speaking to risk-averse audience. If you're wanting to be guaranteed your return on money, wanted guaranteed capital, these are the options to consider. Of course, I haven't mentioned equities. That, of course, has a certain level of higher risk. But if you know what you're doing, if you're willing to put the necessary time, you can be guaranteed to make a good enough buck when you choose to invest in the stock market. I believe the the all-share index currently has been climbing considerably week on week. So, of course, a lot of investors, a lot of questions will be asked. But again, you always want to make sure that you do your due diligence before you jump into anything. If you're a new investor, it's always best to start with risk-averse assets, like I said in this presentation. And your best options, the treasury bills, money market funds, commercial papers as well, to an extent. And how ZQuestWealth helps you? This will be the last bit of my presentation. What we've built is, or what we like to call it, is the best investment app on the planet, where essentially everything it is you might be looking to get, from fixed income instruments to debt notes, and also to equity, you can get it on the ZQuestWealth app today. So we currently are top three with our money market fund, currently at an average yield of 21.45%. Minimum subscription amount is 1,000 naira. We also have a dollar fund. You can also invest in that if you are looking to hedge your currency risk and would just want to invest in dollars. We also have fixed income fund as well. That again, minimum 90 days. You are also able to access treasury bills. You're also able to access commercial papers. And of course, you're also able to access equities if you are willing to take the risk. And why ZQuest? ZQuest Wealth is a subsidiary of the ZQuest Group. We like to consider ourselves the one-stop shop for financial services. Currently, we have 136 billion in funds under management as of December 2024. We're rated as the fastest growing financial company in Africa by the Financial Times in 2022. We also currently, total assets is 90 billion naira as of December 2024. And our brokerage firm has been the 4th-time consecutive winner of the FMBQ award in Nigeria. Again, ZQuest Wealth is the youngest subsidiary in the ZQuest Group. ZQuest has existed for 10 years plus. And that would be all for me a day in my presentation, just making sure I keep to time.
Thank you so much, Adetayo. That was so brief and enlightening. Thank you. That was brilliant. For me, I was just so glued and listening, especially the part that you were mentioning, the opportunities to consider the money market, mutual fund, and so on. Thank you so much. That was amazing. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I would like to call on the next speaker, Ngozi Awar, to also give us her presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hello once again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. So before I speak to my slides, I want to share a short story. So recently, a young girl reaches out to me on WhatsApp. So she says, "Oh, hello, ma'am. I just got my first job. I earn 80,000 naira. I live with my parents. I showed her some financial responsibilities, in my household, but I want my salary to earn some money for me." So I said, "Okay, let's have a conversation. So what do you need to spend money on monthly? Like, what are the needs that you must spend money on?" So we sat down, we wrote that down. We also talked about her wants, like that's items that she doesn't necessarily have to spend money on. Then we also allocated some amount of money from her salary, for investing. So why am I sharing this story? I'm sharing this story because this is a young lady in her 20s. She earns 80,000 naira. She has some family financial obligations, but she still wants to invest some money, and earn returns, on her investment. So this means that no matter your level of income, if you plan, you can actually invest and earn money from your investments. And before you start investing, you should plan. And what is planning really? Planning is understanding your budget and making a budget. So that being said, I would like us to look at what happens if you have a budget before you start investing, or if you don't have a budget before you start investing. So we'll look at the cons. So if you have a budget, rather, if you don't have a budget, you risk overspending because you just spend, invest, as a spirit moves you. Oh, I have money. Let me just invest. You lack financial direction. You don't even know what your investment goals are. You hear maybe, money market funds, the yields are high. You put your money there. You don't even know why you're putting your money there, but you just heard people are doing it, and you just follow suit. And you might also miss investment opportunities because you haven't done any research. You're just following the bandwagon. But if you have an investment, if you make investment, like if you have a budget rather, before you start investing, you have financial clarity. You'll be confident in your investments because you know why you are investing. You have a time frame for your investments, and okay, no matter what happens, I have my side covered. Like if I make losses in this investment, it wouldn't really affect my lifestyle because I knew that was going to happen. And also you would also have an improved cash flow because you have allocated a certain amount of your income to investing and a certain amount to emergency funds or other funds for your day-to-day activities. So when you have created a budget, the next thing you do is you gauge your financial health. What does that mean? It means you monitor uncontrolled spending and improve your savings. Then when you're done with this, you try to track, not even try, you have to track your finances. You record your income, you record your expenses so that you will know how much you can actually set aside, like I said, for emergencies or for investing. Then you also have to identify essentials. For example, if maybe you use a software for your business and you know that this software has to be renewed monthly or quarterly, you know that, okay, I must set aside this amount of money for renewal. I cannot invest this money at the moment because I will need it in maybe a couple of days' time. Then also you have to spot leaks, find and reduce wasteful spending. If there are activities or items that you spend money on and you know that you can actually live, survive, and be happy without spending money on these activities or items, you cut them out. Now, good financial health is when you have controlled spending and controlled saving. And now, like I did talked about, I did mention the 50-30, 50-30 budgeting rule. I know most of us might be conversant with this, but I want to use the example I shared previously. That's the young lady that reached out to me on WhatsApp. I would like to use the conversation I had with her, to buttress this budgeting rule. So when I spoke to her, remember she earns 80,000 naira. So I told her, okay, so from 80,000 naira, let's set aside 16,000 naira for investments. We did that. Okay, let's set aside 40,000 naira for your needs. Like she mentioned that she has to help her family, like shoulder some of the electricity bills. I told her, okay, so from this 40,000 naira, you will take out some money and support your family's electricity bills. From this same 40,000 naira, you take out some money from it and take care of your personal needs, like your personal grooming or your data subscription. And after that, we decided to allocate 30%, which is 24,000 naira to emergencies. Like I did not want her to be left with that money because I wanted her to always have some money in her account in case anything could happen. Anything could happen, and she might need some money to sort herself out. So this was how I was able to help this young lady create a 50-30-20 budgeting rule. So moving ahead, to start investing, you have to prepare yourself. Now, how do you prepare yourself? You define your goals. You set clear financial objectives and timelines. For example, if you decide to invest in FGN savings bonds because the minimum requirement is just 5,000 naira, you think, okay, I can afford to put 5,000 naira in this savings bond, and you don't even check. You don't read. You don't do your research. You don't know the maturity date for that money, and you just put the money inside. You don't know that money you cannot get your capital back for at least 1 year, and maybe that 5,000 naira is something you need seriously, like you need that money next month, and you just put the money in your FGN savings bond investment, you might suffer. You might suffer. So that's why I said you have to set clear financial objectives. Okay, I want to invest money. Well, what is the tenure of this investment? Tenure means when can I get my capital back? That's tenure. If the tenure is 1 year, you will know. If it's 1 month, like in the case of money market funds, you will know. So you have to understand, you have to set financial objectives and also understand the timelines. Then moving on, you also have to be aware of you have to do a risk assessment. Understand your risk tolerance to choose the suitable investments. I'll use myself as an example. I once put 100,000 naira in Coronation Balanced Funds. So balanced funds is a type of mutual funds. So I know that the risk level in this fund is moderate to high. So after I put my money and after some months, I lost 30,000 naira of that money. Of course, I wasn't happy, but I wasn't pained so much because I knew what I was getting myself into. I knew the risks were there, and I knew that if equities that the fund invests in does good, I would recoup. And true to what I believed, also after some weeks, I got my 30K back, and I even got an additional 5,000 naira on top of it. So when you want to go into investment, you have to first of all understand your risk tolerance. If I lose money, will I be able to go to bed and sleep peacefully? If not, you have to look for investment options that have lower risk attached to it. Then thirdly, you have to educate yourself about different investment options and strategies. Like I did mention a couple of investment types. There's so many of them, and you can actually find one that suits your lifestyle. And also there are a lot of materials out there, there are academies out there that can help you understand investments, and you choose the one that suits you. For example, in Coronation Group, we have the Coronation Investment Academy. And recently, Coronation Wealth is in collaboration with the NGX, is rolling out free courses to help, new investors, even moderate to seasoned investors, learn more about the capital markets and how to make your investments count. So you can actually scan this barcode if you wish, and you will be enrolled automatically into this course. This course is free of charge. And also on the Investment Academy, there are other courses that will help you build your wealth, help you understand how you can protect your wealth, and also help you know how you can transfer wealth. So all these courses and more are on the Coronation Investment Academy. And also on this academy, you will see the links that can take you to other product services offered by the Coronation Group. So thank you very much for listening, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ngozi. That was amazing. I like the honesty, because a lot of us are so caught up interest whenever we see investment opportunities. We don't even get to evaluate the risk or even know our risk tolerance. So thank you so much. That was a brilliant one. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Okay, so moving on, I would like to call on Tochukwu Ume for his own presentation.
Okay, thank you. Give me some seconds to share my screen, please.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'll try and be very brief just to keep to time. So basically, we're talking about financial literacy, budgeting and investing for financial freedom. And I'll quickly want to delve into it. I would not like to reinvent the wheel because the speakers before me, Ada and Ade, have actually mentioned some basic things about investment. So I may just look at it from a different perspective. I would like to just look at the basics, really. What is financial literacy? What is budgeting and investing all about? Just get the idea. Why should I do this? And the idea is we all want to, why are we investing? We all want to have financial freedom. So what is this financial freedom we're talking about? So a very quick, brief one. So basically, I'll just be talking about financial literacy, what is budgeting, difference between investment and savings, and how can we get financial freedom, and what do we actually mean by financial freedom? But just give me a second to narrate a very short story about the Babylonians' secret to financial freedom. So I don't know how many of you have read this book, The Richest Man in Babylon. Just a very short one. So the richest man in Babylon, according to this book, was a man named Akkad. Okay, and Akkad, of course, was not always rich. He was very poor. He was always struggling to make money. He was a scribe. Like, let's look at it as someone that writes, olden days typewriters, people that type. And a very rich man, Algamish, came to meet him to do a very lengthy work. And he wanted the work to be done within 2 days. The book was called The Ninth Law, which is a very, very lengthy book. And he said, can you scribe all this book into clay? Like, more like write it down on a clay for me. I need it. And he promised him to give him 2 extra, let me say in Nigerian balance now, maybe 2 extra naira just to finish it. And he tried his best, he was not able to do it. But the next morning, Algamish was very annoyed and he said, why didn't you do it? And he said, of course, it was very difficult. But because of the desire to get wealthy, to be financially free, Akkad, the scribe, told Algamish, okay, can we have a bargain? So if I'm able to complete your work by tomorrow morning, can you tell me the secret behind your wealth? Okay, and that was a bargain. Algamish agreed. And all night, Akkad toiled and was able to complete the work. So the next morning, he gave Algamish's book, and Algamish was very happy. And he told Algamish, now I've done my own part of the bargain. Can you now tell me the secret behind your wealth? What is the secret for financial freedom? And my next slide shows what Algamish said. And this is just the secret. As simple as it is, it may not be too simple to keep. And he said, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And I'll repeat that again. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. And it sounded very weird. Like, what does that mean? Like, a part of all I earn is mine to keep. I earn, and all the money I earn, I don't give it to anybody, I keep it. So what does that really mean? So in the course of this presentation, I will speak to that. What does it really mean? A part of all I earn is mine to keep. A part of all. And they also made mention of what is budgeting, what is investing. So I won't want to dwell so much on that. But with what was said, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. What does that mean? Now, if you have your salary being paid to you, but when you go to the salon to make your hair, you have paid the hairdresser out of that your money. When you go to the boutique to buy clothes, you have paid the clothes seller out of that your money. When you go to Dubai, maybe you say, oh, I want to take a vacation, I want to spend on myself, I want to enjoy. You go to Dubai, you're adding to their tourist income. So you see what was paid to you, you are gradually paying it to other people. But the idea is that before you start paying other people, you have to pay yourself. And that is the meaning of all you earn, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And by keeping it, what do we mean? You are budgeting. First and foremost, you budget. So which part will I keep? And they said, just as my last speaker, there's a 50, 30, 20% rule, which is also here, but I won't want to dwell on that because they have actually said it earlier on. So the point is, what are you keeping for yourself? And when you are keeping money, you're not just keeping it in a safe. How can this money that you're keeping for yourself work for you? And then we'll talk about financial freedom. As I said it here, it is the state of having enough income, saving and investment to support your desired lifestyle without being dependent on a paid job. So when you keep that 20% for yourself, you're not just keeping it, you are allowing that 20% to work for you. Okay, so you are investing it such that at a particular age, you would have had a lot of passive income, not just active income, but passive income. And that's what we talk about financial freedom, when your passive income can accommodate for all your expenses. So you don't have to rush to work. You don't have to be going for a paid job. You don't have to say, if I don't come today, I'll make sure I'll take note and they will not pay me salary. That's not the case because you are financially free. Your passive income is already working for you. And this can only be done by consistently keeping a part of what you earn to pay yourself. And by paying yourself, you are effectively using that money for investment purposes. So that brings me to my second point. Now, when you keep a part of all you earn and you're trying to save it or you're trying to invest it, because you have to save, you have to invest, just like what Ngozi has said, there are two different things. And your income should be divided across those two different things. By saving, but sometimes you put some money in some savings form such that you can always take it as at when it is due. But you have to meet people that have that financial expertise so they can turn your money around and they can make you financially free. Okay, so as mentioned, we have the 50, 30, 20. I won't want to dwell so much on that. But my best is the 20, the pay yourself rule, which I've always emphasized throughout. The first thing you need to do is always to pay yourself. A part of what you earn is yours to keep. And that keeping is in form of savings and investment. And you save and invest with the right institutions. You are not carried away by ridiculous rates in the market, you have CBEX, you have MMM. If you have financial advisors, they can advise you properly that these things are not feasible. Someone cannot tell you that you'll make 90% or 50% in 90 days. When no bank is even giving that, so where do you want to make the money for? The pyramid scheme. But if you have this knowledge, they say knowledge is power, you won't fall into. Okay, and I would like to round off quickly because of time. If there's something that you should pick out of this, you can forget everything I've said in this presentation, but if there's something you should pick out of this, is to know the secret of financial freedom, the secret of wealth. And it is a part of all you earn is yours to keep. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. You should get yourself a licensed financial advisor, a licensed asset management firm that will be able to help you grow the money or the earnings that you are keeping for yourself, so that tomorrow you will be financially free and have a lot of passive income that can keep you till whatever time you need, and you can even pass it across to your beneficiaries and loved ones. Thank you for your attention, and that will be all for me.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant, Tochiko. Thank you so much for the awesome presentation. And thank you for that reference, The Richest Man in Babylon. It's a great book, and thank you for how you relate it to the financial freedom, the topic that we are discussing today. Spotlighting that you cannot achieve financial freedom without having a passive income is also a good topic when we are talking about financial freedom, because you cannot dwell on one income and expect to attain financial freedom quickly. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Okay, having said that, I would like to call on Adeze Kinsley Anyanwu for her own presentation.
Hello, everyone. Let me quickly share. But first of all, I would like to thank Business Day and BDTV for this opportunity. And also to put out a disclaimer that although I'm a banker with over 2 decades of experience, I'm not going to be providing any advisory services here. What I would aim to do is to help us understand what I'll be presenting to you so that you can make an informed decision, essentially. So let me go ahead to share my slides. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
Fantastic. So let's dive right in. And it's been great listening to all the other speakers. I thought to present, personal finance. So it's going to be a way of consolidating everything that you've heard. And I will do this in 10 because I've got only 10 minutes to do this. And I'm going to run through introducing you to personal finance. We would also look at the difference between assets and liability because I realize that this is something that people tend to struggle with. And of course, you've heard about savings and investments. We'll touch on that as well. That 50-30-20 rule, my goodness, if you never knew about it, I'm sure today you've heard it from all of us and you would start to look into it. With everything we do, there is an associated risk and there is also reward. I like to put the word potential before reward. Although you hear high risk, high reward, it's important to understand that things do change, similar to what you can see happening globally. So you never can predict what's going to happen in the future. And of course, we are all planning for retirement at some point. So we'll touch on that as well. So, what is personal finance? It's important to understand that you are unique, your circumstances are unique, and so you shouldn't compare yourself to anyone's circumstances or to anyone at all, whatever strategies people are using. Look at the fact that over the years, you have received income in different forms, whether you're in paid employed or you have actually invested in some assets and you've earned some income across those assets classes. And by the way, income doesn't necessarily mean that you're paying yourself a salary if you're self-employed or that you're earning a salary from another company. You could earn income from rent, meaning you have bought a property and you have rented it out to someone. And so you receive what is called rental income. A lot of the speakers have spoken about investing in stock markets, for example, where you earn dividend. That's an income in itself. So when you receive all these income from different sources, you should also look at it as something that you can use towards your personal finance. Because all we're doing here is just to provide you with all of this information to give you the level of freedom that you want, to be able to do anything you wish to do. It's about managing your money. So look at it again as stewardship. All the money that you have received over the years, that you've made over the years, how have you managed them? What have you used all this money for? That's a question you should ask yourself. I like people to ask those sort of questions because that then starts, telling you or helping you identify where you need to make necessary changes. This photo I have here. It's really about helping you understand what is an asset and what is a liability. And it's as simple as this. Anything that puts money into your pocket is typically an asset. Anything that takes money out of your pocket is a liability. And it's as simple as that. Now, I've put all these pictures here because these are things that we're most likely familiar with. Look at the car. I love Mercedes-Benz so much, If I bought that car from a Mercedes car shop and I drove it out, it starts to depreciate. It starts to lose value. Miles start counting. So if I were to sell it to someone else a month, a week later, it would not cost the same amount. But what would make this an asset for me instead of a liability would be if I decided to put this car into a car hailing service. like Uber, for example, or any other one that you're familiar with. Or if I sold this car, of course, an income comes into my account, right? I make money from it. And so it becomes an asset to me in that instance. But the moment you drive it away, like I said, you're maintaining the car, you're fueling it, you're servicing it on a regular basis, it's a liability. Look at the house as well. And there's nothing wrong with buying a house, living in it. But would you consider it as an asset or a liability? It's an asset to you when you rent that house out to someone and you're receiving rental income. So long as you live in that house, it's a liability because you're constantly paying bills. You're also maintaining that house. And I would also like you to think about every other photo in here, all the other items here. What would you consider cash to be? If you like to invest in gold, what would that look, what would that look like for you? So I'll quickly go to the next one. We've also talked about savings and investments, and everybody talked about investing. Whilst it's good, I think it's important, like the other speakers have also said, to set those SMART goals, actionable goals. And it's not just about listing the goals. You have to also make sure that you carry out some of these things that you have promised yourself. It has to be specific. It has to be measurable. Okay. And you have to just make sure that you have something that is realistic. You have to give yourself a time to be able to achieve these goals as well. Now, in order to carry out the goals that you have also set for yourself, you have to look at how you're able to approach risk. So we talk about risk profile. We talk about how you can actually deal with issues that happen in the market. So if, for example, you invested in the stock market and what happened in 2008 repeated itself today, how would you absorb that issue? Would you be someone who would give up completely in investing, or would you still carry on with investment? How would you take that sort of condition? So it's important for you to risk profile yourself. Would you rather invest in low risk instruments, or would you look at things that are medium risk, or are you someone who is a high risk taker? Are you really aggressive? So you have to determine that about yourself. And in doing so, we've talked about budgeting. You have to know exactly how much of your money is going to each of these things that you want to invest in. And of course, you should also be able to determine how long you want to stay, in those investments. How long do you want to keep your money in those sort of investments? And it's also encouraging to see, that you automate these investments. Because if you don't, the money would obviously be used for something else. So it's always important for you to automate your investments. And you can also invest in whether it's real or financial assets. And real is just something really tangible. Are you looking to invest in properties? Are you looking to invest in the financial markets? You've heard about all types of instruments that you can put your funds into. And like I said, with every investment, with everything we do, there is an element of risk, and there is also the reward that comes with it. Emergency fund is something that we would look into very shortly. We've all talked about the 50-30-20 rule. This is just a template, really. It's a framework for you to work with. We receive income from wherever, whether, like I said, you're in paid employment or you are self-employed. But it's important for you to split your money, appropriately so that you can also achieve everything you want to achieve. You can meet your aspirations, your objectives, your personal finance objectives, essentially. And like we know, most of our money would typically go to what we need. What exactly do you need to do or spend money on to survive? Essentially, that's why this pie would typically have half of it split, for your needs. And then the remaining half is split into your wants and your aspirations, essentially. Of course, your needs would include, we've talked about it, you have to pay rent, you have to eat, you have to pay your bills. There's some really important things that you have to do to survive. And your wants typically would be those kind of things that you want to do. Maybe you want to splurge on yourself, you want to travel, you want to buy a car. You have to look at the different options, the one that would really be affordable for you so that you're not overly spending your money, because you can actually cut back on some expenses so that you can then put more of the money into your future aspirations, essentially. So it's important to try and use this. However, it's not cast in concrete. You can decide to tweak it depending on how you're able to manage your money ultimately. So it's important. Again, it's not a one size fits all, and we all have different circumstances to deal with on a day-to-day basis. However, just like the other speakers have said, it's important for you to also engage the services of a financial advisor, because they are the ones that are competent with the right level of skill sets, and they understand how to help you allocate your capital across these needs, wants, and your future aspirations. I did talk about risk and reward, and that can apply to you as a person. What sort of risk profile do you have, and what sort of, where are you putting your money? The markets are split into, low risk, medium risk, and high risk. And I've given some examples of, some of the things you can put your money into by way of investments. But like I said, you have to make sure that you have those goals that you want to achieve before you start to look at these things. And again, ensure that you engage the services of a professional financial advisor. And of course, retirement is really important to plan for, because there would be a time when you're not actively working and you would need to live on, or at least maintain the lifestyle that you're used to. And so you have to think about pension. If you're in self-employment and you're not paying yourself a pension, I think it's about time to ensure you start to pay yourself a pension. This is towards your future. We've talked about budgeting. We can't overemphasize this. It's really important. The 50-30 rule is the basic split for your money, but you can tweak it, like I said, to suit your own circumstance. So your pillow, you have to ensure that the money is in a bank before you even start thinking about saving and investing. And of course, you have the options of buying a property, using a mortgage from a bank. And you have to protect everything that you've worked for over the years, and even what you want to pass on to your beneficiaries, for example. And it's important to be on the right side of the law by making sure that you know exactly what your tax liabilities are. You need to be able to contact, or at least engage with a tax consultant to help you ensure that everything is watertight and that you're paying to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, as they say it. Now, estate planning and management is another wide area that you need to look into, because that also encompasses everything that you want to do with respect to all the money you've worked for over the years. How do you want to be able to, put that across to the next phase of your life? How do you want to administer all that you've worked for, to your beneficiaries and loved ones when you're not here, or in case of incapacitation, for example? So that's pretty much it. Financial literacy is really what we're here for. We want to be able to equip you with everything that you need to be able to make the right decisions. And for me, I believe it's important to read as much as you can, carry out as much research as you can. And one book I must encourage you all to read is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. If you have read it before, try to refresh your memory, pick it up again and read it. And if you haven't, you should pick it up and put it on your shelf as one of your financial books. It's about financial literacy. It's about equipping you, like I said. Breaking Free from Broke is also another interesting one I believe you should pick up. And The Intelligent Investor. That's where I would end it today. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Daisy. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you for also giving us another book to look into, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and also thank you for highlighting the need of automating your investment, because we see a lot of cases where, okay, we are we are told to invest. Let's say you invest about ₦1,000,000, and by the time your money yields, you take it out with your interest and also the main money that you put into the investment platform, and at the end people don't get to like invest it back, and that is just the end of it. So thank you for spotlighting that, automating your investment. Thank you so much. It has been an awesome one, and I look forward to the Q&A. So having said that, I would like to dive straight into the Q&A section, and I'll be calling on our speakers in no particular order. So I would like to start with Ngozi Awa. I know you talked about risk tolerance, so that's why I want you to particularly answer this question. So here is the question. What is risk tolerance and how does it impact investment choices? I will take that again. What is risk tolerance and how does it impact investment choices? Hi Ngozi, can you hear
Okay,
me?
thank you so much for that
Okay,
question.
all right.
So, hi. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I
You can
can.
hear me now, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. So I was saying that, risk tolerance, it reflects on how you can emotionally and financially, handle investment losses. So what happens when you invest in any asset and you make losses? How do you handle it? Does it keep you awake at night, or does it stress you out emotionally and mentally? So you have to understand your comfort zone in investing. How much can I invest and it doesn't affect my lifestyle? How much would I lose in an investment and I can still go on, living and meeting other financial obligations? So that's, in a nutshell, what risk tolerance is about. And how does it affect your investment choices? So if you are not open, to making losses in investments, it's advisable to look for investment types that have low risks, like mutual funds, for example. But if you are comfortable, you don't mind losing sometimes and gaining a lot at other times, you can also tilt towards the stock market. But like I would say, I'm just giving an example. I'm not trying to advise anyone on the types of assets to invest in. I'm just giving you an example. If you decide to invest in any asset, you have to do your research. If you're not comfortable or confident in the information you have seen online, you can easily consult a financial or investment advisor to put you through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ngozi. Thank you for spotlighting the risk tolerance and how it impacts our investment choices. So our next question, I would like Adetayo to answer this one. Okay, so how can individuals balance short-term needs with their long-term financial goals? I'll take that again. How can individuals balance short-term needs with their long-term financial goals?
I think that's a very interesting question. Um, hmm, balance. I wouldn't say, I don't know if there's a balance. I think it's more from a thing of discipline and disciplining towards the goals that you have. Because I would kind of akin it to work-life balance. I guess you can't necessarily agree that you can get work-life balance. You find the balance inside the work. So you need to find the work enjoyable. So with that same vein, I think it's mostly from understanding your own spending habits, right? Because if in the short term you need money, right, for certain things. You need to be able to save or invest the money that you know would not affect you. I think Ngozi gave a fantastic example, right? You put 5,000 into a bond or lock it away in treasury bills, for example, that takes a year to mature. But you know you need that 5,000 in 2 months. It doesn't necessarily make sense. So I think it's understanding what your own objectives are and your spending habits or what your spending calendar is going to look like. If your rent renews in 2 months, it doesn't make sense for you to invest that rent money in treasury bills, for example, or lock it in a fixed deposit for a year. So understand your spending habits, understand your own particular goal, and invest accordingly. So I don't think there's necessarily a balance. It's more of understanding what you want to do with money and choosing the right investment options for your objective. So yeah, that's it. That's the short way to answer that.
Okay, thank you. Investing, and how can individuals achieve it? I know you talked about mutual funds and euro bonds and other investment opportunities. So, what is the role of diversification in investing, and how can individuals achieve it?
Okay, thank you for that question. So basically, when we talk about what's the role of diversification, is just reminds me of the maxim which says, "Do not lay all your eggs in one basket." Okay,
Exactly.
so by diversifying your investment, you are saying that okay, I want to put some investment in a particular asset class. I want to put another investment in another asset class. I want to put another investment in another asset class. But just as the earlier speakers have said, you need to know what is your risk tolerance. And just to add to what she said, you could be either risk averse or risk seeking. So if you are risk averse, that means you are afraid of taking risks. And if you are risk seeking, that means you really want to take risk. Okay, so your risk appetite is high if you are risk seeking, and if you are risk averse, your risk appetite is low. So this will also influence your diversification ratio. Okay, so your risk tolerance will influence that. Your income level will influence that. You can't expect somebody that is making maybe 100,000 annually to be taking as much level as risk of diversifying his portfolio in a much aggressive way than someone that is making 1 million, 2 million, or 3 million per annum. So your income level also matters. Even your age. Okay, are you still a young person? Are you getting towards retirement? These factors all combined will influence your level of diversification. So, but the idea is that you don't want to lay all your eggs in one basket. You want to invest, for instance, maybe 80% in a money market fund, which is quite safe. You want to invest maybe 10% in a balance fund. You want to invest another 10% in an equity fund or in an equity asset, as the case may be, or in equities as a whole. So this influences your diversification decisions. So I think basically I've addressed that. How do you diversify? So if you want to diversify your investments, I also think the first thing is you have a financial advisor that can advise you accordingly, advise you properly on which particular investments do you want to invest in based on your long-term decisions or your long-term objectives, even your short-term objectives, and based on the other factors I've mentioned, your risk tolerance, your income level, and your age at that particular point in time. So basically, that's what diversification is all about. And I'll just give a very brief case study, just like what Adeze mentioned. There was a meltdown in 2007, 2008 financial crisis in equities. Imagine if all your funds were in equities at that particular point in time, you would have lost all your money. But people that might have diversified will still get some comfort in other investments that were not fully, or that were not in equities but in other asset classes. So that's what diversification does. It just helps to prevent situation whereby one of those asset classes go down and you will not lose all your money because you have other asset classes that you have put your money in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tochukwu, for that brilliant answer. Thank you for speaking more about diversification and the need for us not to put our heads in one basket. Thank you. That will bring me to the next day. I know you spoke a lot about having a retirement plan, so that's why I specifically picked this question for you. Okay, so here's the question. What's the importance of having a retirement income plan, and how can one start building one? Let me take that again. What's the importance of having a retirement income plan, and how can you start building one? Hi, Adeze, can you hear me? Okay, so
I
why?
believe she's dropped off. I
Yes.
think she's looking.
Okay, so while we wait for her to come back, we are almost we have almost exhausted our time. One more question, but this time about it. So I would like about it. So I would like each and every one of our speakers to just give us one advice that you want to give someone starting out their financial journey. I know we've spoke a lot about financial freedom, financial literacy. So what is that one advice that you will give someone that is still starting out his or her financial journey? So okay, I think Aditayo can go first. A round of
Okay. Thank
okay.
you. So I believe. Were you saying something, sir?
No, that's you
Or
can
should
go
I go
ahead. I
on?
just wanted to say that that is like our round of question for this section.
Round up. Oh, okay. Okay, fantastic. So I believe it's primarily if you're just starting out investing, there is no rush. That's always the advice we would give. I would give take your time. Markets would always rise and markets would always fall. Take your time, understand your position. All the speakers they have spoken to that, understanding your position, which essentially how much risk are you willing to let go of, how much money are you willing to lose. Do research, understand. So before you make any investment decision whatsoever, ensure that you are fully researched. You have enough confidence in the investment choice you want to is with a licensed and regulated body. So whoever it is you are choosing to invest with, the application you're choosing to put your money into is regulated and licensed, and then take action. Choosing to take anything is probably largely. Well, yeah, that is all I would have to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Aditayo. If I heard you clearly, you said take your time, do not rush, and if need be, seek financial help. Thank you so much. So over to you, Ngozi. What is one starting out their financial journey today?
Okay, thank you so much. So what I would say is before you start investing, take out time. You can take 1 month to track your spending, understand your financial habits and also look out for areas, for improvement. And like what me I do, for example, is when I go to the supermarket, come back, once I get back home, at chat GPT, I just take a picture of the receipt and tell it extract all the items in this receipt and sum it up. So, and right now, once I go to my search, the search option on the app, I click on receipts. it opens up, then I can see like all my expenses for the week, for the day, everything is there. I can even ask it, okay, can you just sum up the amount of money I've spent maybe on the 15th of July? It does that and it shows me. So I can easily, keep track of my expenses using that, that tool. So that's something I would advise, newcomers to investment to do. Use a tool or any app that you can to track your expenses, your financial habits, then look for how you can improve, how you treat money. So thank you very much. That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Ngozi. That was a brilliant one. Thank you for spilling that tea, how you track your expenses. I'm definitely going to try that because I think I go to the supermarket a lot and I haven't thought about doing that, So thank you. That was a good one. Okay, over to you, Tochiko. So I beg to differ from the question. So I would like you to say what is like just give us one myth that you want people to debunk today about investment. I know there are a lot of them that is flying around, so just briefly tell us the one that you feel people should debunk after this section.
Okay, thank you. That's a very interesting question. I thought you'd give me what you're giving others.
No.
All right. So the myth, very interesting. So to me personally is that if you start investing today, you become the richest man in the world or the richest man in Nigeria, or you become rich, as the case may be. So everybody wants to invest because they want to be rich. ROI on 30 days. You see CBEX too, you see MMM. Because of this myth of wanting to get rich quick and investing is the way of doing that, a lot of people fall into these traps. A lot of people get their fingers burnt, as the case may be. So if people can understand that investment is not an overnight thing, you don't just become rich tomorrow, you sleep and wake up, you are a rich person. It takes consistency. It's a thing that has to do with compound growth, compound returns on your investment, and not just an overnight return that will make you very rich. So if people can understand that patience, consistency, growth is what makes you rich at the end of the day, not something that is you just close your eye, wake up, or you like there's a way they put it, like a magic wand. It doesn't happen like that. So I think people should get that into their subconscious and know that ridiculous rates won't make you rich. They're only out there to lure you in and then take all your money away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tochiko, and thank you for that closing line. I think there are a lot of informations out there where, a lot of young ones, people think that investment is just, putting your money today and tomorrow, boom, you're rich. But I like that fact that you debunked it today. Investment takes time, it takes patience, and it also takes discipline for you to attain financial freedom. So if you're starting out today or thinking of starting out your investment journey, don't forget to always start small. Evaluate your risk tolerance and make sure that whatever you're investing your money into, you understand everything about it. And if you don't understand, there are a lot of informations out there, and you can also seek financial advice. Thank you so much. Thank you, my brilliant speakers. It has been an awesome one today. Like, I've just stayed clear from the beginning till the end. And to my amazing listeners that stayed through till this end, thank you for being here today. Thank you for joining us. We are truly grateful. And I would like to draw the curtain here. I am Ethel Adorno. Thank you for joining. And until the next edition, do have an amazing day. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television. watching Business Day Television.
Rather than people working inside an independent body, we need people that people can access information that they can trust because it's been, verified. So I think putting those things in place will really help of tourism and getting people to visit.
Thank you very much. Working together.
All right, yeah, Uche. I think coincidentally, that's also my position. If you look at my mantra on my profile, it says collaboration is the new competition. So let's stop working alone. Let's work together with counterparts within the ecosystem. And I always try to leave you with it. I'll leave you with this story. Imagine a flight over a city with enough investors, and there's only one spot with light. Guess what they will say? To you, you're the one with the light. To them, they're like, this is not a vibrant environment. But when you have created an ecosystem, they're like, there's enough light here. So let's go, let's bring money, let's invest. So collaboration, let's stop trying to be the biggest in the room, but let's try to make the room bigger so others can fit. For
Thank
the good
you very
for tourism.
much. Quite profound. Ahmed?
I think for me, the missing link is more or less the lack of communication in telling the right stories about what we are actually achieving. I'll give you just a few examples before I round up. I think we are all aware the Mayor of London was in Lagos last week. He was here on a trade mission. He has seen a tremendous potential in investing in the IT with our youth. So that tells a story. A couple of weeks ago, the Queen of Denmark was also in Lagos. So what does it all tell us? That the future is bright. And I think we just need to keep singing these stories and bringing it up to the forefront. This is, like I said, we're entering into a very interesting phase in the hospitality industry. If you look at the local landscape, the Hyatt Regency is going to open in Q4. We are launching our new hotel in Benin City next year. So the future is bright.
Thank you. We are not relenting.
So what I would like to say, or again touch base on, is don't be afraid to use tech tools to make data-driven investment decisions. So use tech tools to not only streamline your business operations, using tools like Piazza or Eventport, but also to analyze your consumer behavior, analyze consumer data, and use that to build your growth and your business plan and projections. So that will help with investor confidence as well. So that's what I would leave you with.
Thank you very much, Nashita.
Thank you. Investors usually want to look at their opportunities, and they also have to look at the market transparency and information sharing one, and also the issue of skilled manpower, which is the people. The development of the people is very important. If the skills are available, you are sure you are going to get a return on investment on your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have heard it before I heard it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's wait for the pictures.
All right, can our keynote speaker, Madam Stella Fubara, as well as the President of the National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies, Mr. Sabitu Olayinka Folami, please join us for this quick photograph. Thank you. And I also come bearing gifts. We have giveaways, weekend stays to be won. So, all right, thank you very much. Thank you very much to our amazing panelists. Please put your hands together for our panelists for delivering excellently, as well as the moderator of the panel, online editor at Business Day, Mr. Temi Bangoshe. Thank you very much. I did say we have quick giveaways for our audience today because we truly appreciate you. We thank you for staying from the start up until the end. So I have some quick fire questions with the fastest answers. This is not fastest fingers, fastest answers. I don't even know where to start from because these questions are very easy. So I'm just going to give 30 seconds. Okay. So my first question, okay, we have giveaways. Weekend stay at Ikogosi Warm Spring Resort. We also have a weekend stay at one of Amber Hospitality's, one of the hotels under their chain. And then we have 2 weekend stays at Obudu Ranch Resort. Is anyone excited about that? Obviously. So I hope you also win. So my first question, and it has to be the fastest answer. Do we have the mics going around? I just pray you are lucky enough that the mic comes to you and then you get the answer. What natural feature is Ikogosi Warm Spring famous for? Hot and warm spring water, that's very correct. Warm and cold springs, actually. So we have a winner. Please put your hands together for her. It could be you. What? Okay, what are we saying now? Okay, what's the argument? I should ask another. So she didn't win it. She won it. All right. Okay, let me get a consensus. What will be the best way for you to answer this that it won't feel like cheating? Lift your hands up, and then I'll call the person out. Okay. We have a winner. Right. Okay, can I get 2 people to come out so I can ask this question? 2 people, please. I've made it open. 2 people. Okay, 1 person, 1 more person. I've made it open, so this is not going to be my fault. Another question. All right, I hope you win it. You can answer all the questions. Okay. She said she can answer all the questions. All right, do we have the mic? So this question is for you, ma'am. What's your name? Okay, Madam Judith. What means of transport can tourists use to get to the top of the Obudu mountain?
Bus. No.
Another
Wait. No.
There's only one answer.
No, let me explain.
Another.
It's a cable car.
Cable car. Do you have the answer? Please put your hands together for him.
Excuse me, the cable car isn't working. No, it is not working for now.
Not working. It's
for
working.
now. For now. You can't say that because I've been there severally. It is not working for now. It is brought from the foot to the up.
Okay, there's another question. All right, can Mr. Sunday Michael, can he clarify? Mr. Sunday Michael, can you please clarify? Oh, we have one right answer though. All right. One else, please. One else, please. Do we have another person that is representing? Okay. One second. This question is very easy. What's your name? Faith. Faith. All right. My question for you will be, who is the managing director of Amber Hospitality? No idea? Very easy question. You can't answer. Please give it to another person. She has an answer. No, you can't. Willie Kazili. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. So she wins a weekend stay in one of the hotels. Thank you very much. I have one more question. This one will have to be a very bonus question. I made that question very easy, and I'm shocked that she didn't get it because it's right there on the screen. Okay, please give me a moment. Give me 1 minute. Can one person come up stage, please? The man there, please come up. You agree with me that the questions are very easy. Very, very easy. Yes, please. All right. Please come forward. What's your name, sir? This question will win you a weekend stay at Obudu Ranch Resort. My question for you will be, what name for Obudu Mountain Resort?
No idea.
No idea. Obudu Katurai. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. All right, we have 2 winners for a weekend stay at Obudu Ranch Resort. We also have 1 winner for a weekend stay at Amber Hospitality, as well as 1 winner for a weekend stay at Igogosi Warm Spring. Please put your hands together for all of our sponsors for making this possible. Thank you very much. Next time you come for one of our conferences, you also will win something, so that's for sure. I'd like to please welcome for the closing address. Please, one else. Please. We're closing already. For the closing address, BusinessDay Sunday editor, Mr. Zeb, for the closing address. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much, Lizzie, for the good job you've done. I want to believe that it has been an amazing time here since morning, and I want to appreciate everyone who has made this day a great day, a one to remember. And I think the last exercise we did here will encourage many other people not to miss our event. Next year, when we shall be having this event, I know that many people will come up because of the last exercise we had. Please kindly put your hands together for yourself, your good self, for not only attending this conference, but to be able to have stayed through to the end of the event. And again, I will want to specially thank our keynote speaker for being bold enough to commend Business Day for the quality conference we have put together, particularly the quality of the speakers and the panelists. And that's a great plus for us, that this event was not just organized, it's not a run-of-the-mill event, but was intentionally put together to benefit the participants. And I think you can testify to that. I want also to thank all our sponsors. First of all, I want to first of all thank the management of Eco Hotels and Suites for taking time to sponsor this event. Please, let's put our hands together for Eco Hotel and Suites. We want to thank Ikogosi Warm Spring Resort for also sponsoring this event. Let's put our hands together for an encouragement. We also want to thank especially Amber Hotels for the sponsorship. Not forgetting Diamond and Pearls for the great who really gave us something to chew. If you did not get anything out of whatever that was said here today, I would like you to go home with what she said, and I will quote her. We must not benchmark ourselves with Dubai, Singapore, or even South Africa, but we must build on what we have in country. And that's what I would like you to chew on as you step out of this place. I also want to thank Carl Haller, who also gave us a great message and also challenged every one of us. I would like to quote what the message he left behind. I want you to take home and chew on. He said, we must be focusing on creating African solutions for African problems. And I want to internalize that by saying we should be focusing on creating Nigerian solutions for Nigerian problems. And all the panelists and all those who made presentations, special presentations, I say thank you so very much for the great job you did, which has really benefited every participant at this conference. I said the Business Day did not take your coming here lightly. We know the efforts you made to come to this place, the hassles of Lagos. In fact, some people flew in from various cities to make this event. I appreciate you on behalf of Business Day. And I said, as you are going back to your beds, may the good Lord who safely brought you here graciously take you to your base. And when next we meet here, next year on this conference, tourism conference, it will be better, it will be sweeter, it will be more robust. Thank you so very much for coming. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zebulon. Thank you once again for being an amazing audience. Thank you to our speakers, our panelists, and every single one of you for being here today. We hope that you have journey messes back to your homes. We hope that this event was impactful for you. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you once again. My name is Elizabeth Musa. People call me the global Lizzie. And thank you so much for having me as your master of ceremonies. Thank you.